Olá,
Hello.
Vamos trabalhar o microfone aqui. Gente, muito boa tarde.
Good afternoon,
Gostaria
everyone.
imensamente, primeiro aqui, de cumprimentar
Firstly, I'd like to
todos os
greet
colegas aqui
the panel members
de painel que estão aqui à nossa frente, a todos que nos assistem aqui
and
numa
everyone who
videochamada
is watching
e a todos
us
os que nos
both
assistem via
face to
videoáudio
face and
através da
online
plataforma da Apex.
with the
De
Apex
fato, hoje é um
platform.
dia muito especial para o
Today
Brasil,
is a very
em
special
geral,
day for
estamos aqui com as nossas
Brazilian
colegas da Europa.
cooperativism and also
Como
from
vocês
the
já devem
world
ter
because we have
percebido,
our colleagues from Africa and Europe.
esses
But I'd like
espaços,
to
esses espaços
to
exclusivos
thank you for
para
this
trabalhar um pouco
exclusive
sobre como
space
de
for us
fato
to speak about the
as nossas
cases,
cooperativas estão
about
trabalhando no
how
âmbito da
our
sustentabilidade. E
cooperatives
eu
are
gostaria
working
aqui
with
de enviar meus
sustainability.
agradecimentos
And I'd
em
like to
nome de todo o
extend
sistema
my
da
greetings
Confederação das Cooperativas
on
Brasileiras,
behalf of
COBRAS,
the Brazilian
ao nosso
Cooperative
Ministério de Relações
institution to
Exteriores e
Apex, to the
Desenvolvimento,
Ministry
por
of
proporcionar
Foreign
espaços tão
Affairs, for the
importantes para a
Ministry
gente.
of Environment,
Nós estamos
because they
falando aqui do
provided this
movimento
space to
cooperativo
us.
que
We're
congrega mais de
talking about a
460
movement that is
cooperativas
bringing together
em
for
7 ramos de atuação.
for
Hoje, 250
1,600
brasileiros estão
cooperatives,
falando
200
em
million
2,7
Brazilians.
milhões
We are
de
talking about
pessoas, todos eles
2.5
são
million
associados às
Brazilians
nossas
that are
cooperativas.
from
E
these
nós estamos
200 million
falando de mais
engaged
de
in
700
cooperatives. And we are talking about
bilhões de reais.
700 billion
Por que
reais.
que a gente está aqui nessa
And why
oportunidade hoje de
are we
fazer isso?
here
Porque
speaking
nós
to you?
acreditamos que o
Because
nosso
we
modelo
believe that our model,
socialmente justo,
besides being socially
economicamente
just,
viável, mas
is
também
also
é ambientalmente justo.
economically
E é
viable
esse modelo
and
que a gente vai apresentar
economically
para vocês aqui hoje
correct.
através das
And
nossas
that's this
cooperativas.
model that we
Porque
want
nós
to
vamos
present to
apresentar
you
pessoas
because Laudemir and
como
José
líderes também do
Silva,
Congresso Nacional
who are
sabem que
leaders,
esse
they
problema do
know that
meio
this
ambiente não é só um
climate
problema que
problem
é
is not a
sobrepõe a
problem that we
governos e
must assign
organizações.
to the
É um
governments and
problema de
organizations.
cada um de
This is
nós,
a challenge
pessoas
for each one of us,
indivíduos que
common people.
respondem a todo esse movimento cooperativista é
And
imenso.
that's why we are
Eu
in
vou
this
esperar por
movement,
vocês
and
aqui
that's
sozinho.
why we want to show you
Então,
how
vamos estar com
cooperatives are working.
quatro
And
painéis,
we're going to
aonde
be at
desde
COPY with 4
nós
panels.
estamos
Since
participando, já
2001, we've been
desenvolvendo essas
participating,
discussões,
bringing
tudo
cooperatives to this
num
discussion.
material bastante vasto
And
na nossa
with
plataforma,
this
onde nós
vast
colocamos
material,
como é
when we
fiel aí
put our
as
faithful
cooperativas a trabalharem
commitment to work with this
no
topic
correto manejo ambiental, na
of the
sustentabilidade que de
right
fato merece.
environmental management
Então, sem muitas
as we
delongas,
really need
já
it.
vou então fazer esse
So, without
apresento e
further
convidar
ado, I'm going
não
to
somente a
introduce
todos
our
nós da
guests.
Conferência Brasil
It won't
COP,
be
mas
a
eu gostaria
Brazilian
de falar
panel
para vocês também que a
only.
Europa e a
We are
África estão
going
se
to show you
comportando
how
de
Europe and
maneira
Africa are
extraordinária nesse
behaving,
tema. E eu
working with this
gostaria de
topic.
iniciar
And I'd
a
like to
nossa
start
conversa aqui
our conversation now
com a
by
representante,
calling
a
our
presidente da Aliança
representative,
Cooperativista
the
Nacional para a Europa,
president of the
Westhausen.
International Cooperative Alliance for Europe,
Então,
Dr.
será que nós
Suzanne
começamos com
Westhausen. She is
essa
the president of the
bem-vinda,
Danish
né, Suzane,
Cooperative
à
Institution,
representação
and since 2001, you've been
do
leading
continente europeu.
cooperativism in the
A
European
cooperativa Habitat de
continent.
Copenhague
You came from a Copenhagen cooperative
e
and
hoje, nesse
you
movimento,
are a lawyer
tem
and
então
you've
todo
been
um peso.
working
Suzane,
pro
por
this movement
favor,
in the world. So the word is yours, Suzanne.
Thank you so much, and thank you very much for the warm welcome. I'd like to thank you both, the Brazilian cooperative family, thank you very much, but also, of course, the Brazilian government for giving us the opportunity to be here today to present a few things, because it can only be a very few things of what is going on in Europe and what has been going on in Europe for years and years. So my first slide is of a few men sitting around a table in 1844. And those of you who are cooperators know these guys as being the Rochdale pioneers. One thing I usually say when I look at this picture is that most of these guys are under the age of 50, and some of them are even teenagers. It doesn't look like that, but that was 1844. So why did these guys come together? They came together because they knew that they had to find solution for ordinary people's ordinary problems. So that's what they set out to do, because it was in the industrialization and people were moving into the cities from the country, and living in the cities were horrible for these people. So these guys sat down and they actually invented the cornerstones of the only cross-sectional worldwide business model and organization. Well done, guys. What they did was to combine the brain and the heart. And I think this is really what is so fantastic about the cooperative business model, that it is purpose-driven and not profit-driven. We still have to make a profit because we're businesses, but the purpose is what is the driver in these kind of businesses. Usually, I explain the development of the cooperative sector in Europe and probably all over the world in the pyramid of Maslow, his pyramid of needs. So when it started out, it was to provide ordinary people with food, warmth, beer, bread, coal, things like that, which was very, very fundamental to be a person alive. Then you slowly build up security, belonging, esteem, self-actualization by putting up cooperative housing, cooperative insurance, cooperative banks, education, schools, newspapers, theaters, print shops, books, things like that. Everything has been built up cooperatively. We have cooperatives in every sector, which is fantastic. So all of these sectors act on the need of the members, ordinary people like you and me. So what is happening now is that from building up so that we've got all these wonderful things cooperatively owned, we are looking back at the bottom again. Because what is happening and what has been happening is that, for instance, food security is being a bit wobbly. The quality of food is no longer what we consider to be good quality, at least not all over the world. So we have to come back and look at the basic needs again. What is so fantastic is that this model is more than 100 years old, but it's always young, it's always relevant, all over the world. So it's not all over the world, it's 100 years old, but coming from Europe, I can safely say that it's more than 100 years old and still something that the young people are looking for. So just a very, very few numbers from Europe. 141 million members of cooperatives. Of course, there are some members like me who are member of more cooperatives than one, but a lot of people have their livelihood in a cooperative, being a worker cooperator, living and owning their own cooperatives. We have 4.7 million employees and about 176,000 enterprises. Actually, if we look at the Americas, this is not a lot, but in Europe it is a lot. It is quite a portion of the industry of Europe. So where does this lead us today? We are in a situation where the UN has asked us to participate in fighting against poverty and against hunger. The SDGs is something that most of us know, a lot of people are working on, but what a lot of people do not realize is that the 7 principles invented by the Rochdale pioneers in 1844 was actually addressing the exact same problems. They were looking at how do we help people have food on their table and a job so that they can earn money. So the 7 principles and fighting for realizing the SDGs is a perfect fit. Therefore, of course, in 2016, the ICA put out messages, ICA being the World Organization for Cooperatives, sent out messages addressing the exact SDGs that we find ourselves in. So mostly 1 and 2, of course, that's a no-brainer. The 5th, which is equality. The 8th, which is decent jobs. And of course, 13, which is fighting for a better climate. So poverty eradication and zero hunger. Cooperatives allow people to help themselves by creating their own economic opportunities and turning individual risk into collective risks. So being together, of course, we are so much stronger than one by one. Food security, agriculture cooperatives help their smallholders produce members, access inputs, infrastructure, market better prices, training and technologies through the power of the collective. Gender equality. Excuse me, the cooperatives were the first place in the world where women had equal voting rights with men. Well done. 100 and I don't know how many years ago. So gender equality with open and voluntary membership as one of their founding principles, the cooperatives help women access resources and opportunities by expanding their participation in local and national economics. Decent work and economic growth, focused on human needs, cooperatives have proven to be resilient and even recorded growth in times of crisis. I mean, it's a bit controversial to say so, but let me just say, there's nothing like a good crisis to grow cooperatives. Because in the middle of a crisis, we as human beings, as people, have to sit down together, look each other in the eyes and say, how do we solve this? So a good crisis always brings back the idea of cooperatives, which is so natural to man. They're also a source of decent employment for many people around the world and increase inclusion of marginalized groups, such as youth and indigenous people in the global workforce. And finally, combating climate changes. Cooperative enterprises have a unique member-owned model that allows them to make long-term commitments to fighting against climate change and its impacts. So this long-time commitment comes from the idea that when you sit down and find out this could be a solution for me as a human being together with others, at the same time we realize that it takes time and that we're not looking for a fast profit on our investment. That is another key issue with the cooperatives, that our money is more patient than those who are looking for a fast profit. So this worldwide development has been helped along for the entire world by a huge European project that has been running for some years and which has happily now been renewed. So we have a new European project looking at cooperative development outside Europe, exactly combating all these challenges that we have. So coming back to what I was actually asked to talk about, namely food security. What we see in Europe now is a wonderful thing which we call food system, and I'm sure that everybody else also calls it food systems, but the idea that we have to work together throughout the entire value chain. So it's not enough to target different points in the value chain, we have to look at it all. And who can do that better than the cooperatives? I mean, we're standing on the same values, we come from the same understanding of the world. So of course, we can get together and battle together against all the food insecurity that we have. So what we're looking at is starting somewhere. Is there, can this one also? No? It just closed in. not a good idea. So if you look at sort of starting at production, the idea is to work the entire cycle from production, processing and manufacturing, distribution, market, consumption, food and organic waste. And if you think through, you will recognize cooperatives in that entire chain. And by bringing them together, it's a no-brainer that we get somewhere. So that's what we've been doing. So this is on, especially on food. We have also the same idea on energy. Again, bringing together not only energy, but the connecting things. Fishery. And we actually have a huge project in Europe at the moment called Edible City Solutions for a Better World. And what is the idea of that? Well, the idea is that since most people have moved into cities in Europe, we need to reconnect with the production in order to be able to co-own, but also to influence the farmers, and the farmers influencing the consumers, in order to educate, to be more aware, because only if you're aware, you can help change. So again, connect the dots, understanding, local knowledge, creating national and global interest. So here we start at the city, saying, okay, we have now people living in the city, what do we do? Well, we can produce food in the cities, and we can work together with the farmers so that they bring in viable things into the cities. So we have some economic benefits which are very easy to harvest. We will have more jobs. We will save resources. We will have the sound products, which will lead to better health and thereby to reduce costs. That is sort of the economic corner of this triangle. If you move to the bottom right corner, we see the social and cultural benefits coming from participation. I mean, cooperatives are about democracy. It's, well, one of the key points. Democracy is to a large extent going away. There's no much interest in democracy, sort of the national democracy. But if you restart by helping people to understand democracy through cooperatives, I'm sure that we will reinvent democracy also, and the trust in politicians through participation in the local communities as cooperatives. Inclusion, of course, local commitment, and again, better health, because the more influence you have on your everyday, the better you feel empowered, and not somebody just sitting back home being somebody who nobody cares for. And then the left-hand corner of the triangle is, of course, the environmental benefits. Biodiversity, reduced water consumption. When you realize how much water goes into an avocado being imported from Israel to Denmark, well, you start crying knowing that water is a scarce commodity these days. So again, knowledge will help us find new ways. And of course, the reduced pollution. I heard one of the speakers in the former panel saying, we could talk about this for hours. I can talk about this for weeks. I will not do that. This was just a few, very few examples from Europe. We have plenty. You're more than welcome to come any day. So I think living our values every day is a sort of love for community, love for the world. Thank you very much.
Ei, Suzane, muito bem. Suzane trouxe
Well
algo
done, Suzanne.
nosso
You brought something key to our motto. Our business model is founded in principles and values. She also talked about resilience, and we have to a way to prove that cooperatives are really resilient in crisis. And Suzanne talked about this trust relation. Maybe this trust relation between the cooperative and the member could be a successful factor for us to bring this awareness for this sustainable and environmental issue. And we need that. And maybe this is the greatest difference where cooperativism can make a difference. Let's listen from Sifa. She is the general director for the Cooperative Alliance for Africa. She is from Congo, and she's the chief of the African Alliance, headquartered in Kenya. She's a doctor in rural development and cooperativism. She's been dedicated to support the formation of rural and urban cooperatives in the African continent. Sifa,
Yeah, thank you very much.
the ground is
I would like
yours.
first to thank the government of Brazil and our member, the OCB, for the invitation. This is an honor to be here and to share with you some of our thoughts. I did structure my talking point into 4. I'll make a bit of introduction, though I'll make it more shorter because Suzanne has alluded quite to a number of things I wanted to make in the introduction. Then give some case studies about various countries and the members in Africa, what they are doing vis-a-vis the food security and also environmental sustainability. And followed by some 4 recommendations and finally the conclusion because of the time. So in terms of introduction, you have heard already who I am, so I will not dwell into that anymore. Just to say that I have, I've been working in this space of cooperative for more than 25 years now. IC Africa is one of the 4 regional offices of the International Cooperative Alliance. We are not as old as an office because we only came to existence in 1968. However, cooperative is as old as Africa and as old as humanity. So cooperative has been always a way of living in Africa. We always do, in the traditional African setting, we build our houses communally. We went to till our land communally. Everything was done communally. So basically, cooperative has been part and parcel of African culture. However, the modern definition of cooperative, that is the one which came through Europe, and it has been as long as the 19th century, first in South Africa, through the Dutch, but the very first Black African cooperative can be traced in Tanzania, that is before the independence. So during the colonial era, it was Black-owned, that is the coffee cooperative in Tanzania, and also the financial cooperative in Ghana. Talking about, he has already alluded to quite a number of issues in the introduction. So basically, I will pass and now focus. I'm not sure that you'll be able to see what is on the table, but I wanted to say that the topic which I'm supposed to handle is on food security and environmental sustainability. Like you heard it from Suzanne, all sorts of cooperative, be it financial, agricultural, housing, industry service, energy, and the like, all of them do touch on the topic of environmental sustainability, or the SDGs as well. So, and as in the cooperative movement in Africa, we did embrace and adopt 2 important frameworks. One was first the Agenda 2063, the Africa We Want, promoted by the African Union, and the second, the SDGs. First, because the one came first, but also because the African Agenda 2063 does implement what we refer to as the SDGs, by the way. This particular topic, in this I have a few examples on some few sectors in where the cooperative do play a role. For example, in terms of financial cooperative, like we'll hear my other colleagues will allude to, they do provide affordable finance for green technologies. That is one way of how financial cooperatives. If you go to housing, we are using now more modern but also environmental friendly technologies in cooperative housing. Same can be said to agriculture that we have heard from Suzanne, where we do have, through the value chain, we're having sustainable processes, but also reducing the wastages, that is the post-harvesting, as you shall see it in a short while when I'll be giving some examples or case studies from across Africa. I wanted just to say that, again, to echo what Suzanne has alluded to, when you look at the cooperatives, it's a multi-stakeholder approach. Not only within us, the community, but also cooperative don't work in isolation. We work with government, local authorities, and other SBOs in achieving our goals. So basically, we are embedded in the approach of a multi-stakeholder approach. In terms of, again, our nature, I will not repeat what Suzanne said, but we are people-centered organization, meaning that at the heart of everything we do, like it has been alluded to, we have the brains and the hearts of the community. So whatever decision we take in cooperatives, especially in Africa, we are not only focusing on the financial gains, but also on the environmental sustainability and the social aspect of the same. And finally, like I would like to say, and give some few case studies I have from the food security. I've just selected 3. There are quite a number of them. Like Africa, as you know, we have got 54 countries. But I only pick from 3 case studies to illustrate first on the food security case. Like in the case of Rwanda, our agricultural cooperatives did partner with the governments in assessing first the improved seed, but also the fertilizers at affordable prices, and then distributing it through the network that is the farmers. By doing so, we have seen the production or the yield going up, and the cooperators who are the heart of cooperatives were able to have more income to at least buy food and improve their livelihood. So basically, it has been a good example of food security through partnership with the governments. The second one is in Niger, that is Central Africa. Rwanda is in East Central Africa. We also have another good example of how the cooperatives, through the cooperatives, they were able, members were able to access again the seeds, improved seeds. They created some input shops and the seed banks, which were not there before, and they were able to address the issue of food insecurity and also avert the crisis in Niger. You know that very recently we had issues in Niger. Another one is the case of cocoa cooperatives in Ghana. We all enjoy chocolates and the cocoa, but I wanted to say we're having already an issue of deforestation because of the cocoa farming. So basically, we had a project in Ghana where cooperative members were trained on afforestation, reforestation, but also diversifying the source of income through intercropping and other smart agriculture technologies. And by doing so, they were able to have at least a source of income throughout the year instead of waiting through only when they're having harvest. That is as far as the case studies for food security is concerned. In terms of environmental sustainability, I had chosen 4 cases to illustrate. One from Kenya, that is a savings and credit union from financial cooperatives. I also chose another one from a housing cooperative in Tanzania, followed by agricultural cooperative in Ethiopia, and finally one we can call energy, or rather waste recycling cooperatives in Morocco. Starting with the one from Kenya, Cusco being the credit union for all the cooperatives in Kenya. Among other things, when they wanted to sign up on the environmental sustainability, they chose to partner with USAID and another manufacturer in providing stoves, which are more energy-saving stoves. So they use now less charcoals in cooking food. You know very well that Africa is still predominantly agricultural, and for that reason, quite a number of people still use firewood and charcoal. And to make it more sustainable for us so that we don't have to cut all the trees, it was to reduce the consumption by having more efficient stoves. And now the cooperative union was able to give loans, and and also using the same network, that is their members, to access those stoves, and this has been quite successful. The same cooperative union also has partnered with the government and another, that is a nature conservatory organization, in providing tree seedlings for tree plantations. So basically we are promoting commercial tree seedlings in Kenya, and every year to celebrate the International Cooperative, the International Day of Cooperative, they do plant 1,000 trees, and the seeds are given freely to the cooperatives. The second example, sorry, I think it's not very clear, is on the one for housing in Tanzania. Sorry. Yeah, the housing in Tanzania. You know very well, to have any housing projects, the environment has to suffer. They have to clear the bushes, they have to cut trees and all the like. So basically this particular cooperative in Tanzania, rural Tanzania, took it upon themselves to develop low-cost houses using local materials and with lower effect on the environment. So basically what they do the interlocking bricks, but also the burnt bricks. And these bricks, by burning them, they use the waste from the rice. That is, the rice husk to burn the bricks. That has first resolved the issue of waste management, but also reduction in deforestation, and also in terms of energy which has been consumed. So basically, they have also participated into environmental sustainability. The next example is from the lovers of coffee. We know very well that coffee does produce a lot of CO2, and especially in the preparation of the coffee. I'll pick the example of Ethiopia, where they are not only exporters of coffee, but also they are heavy consumers of the coffee themselves. And they do it traditionally, where they have to prepare it in the traditional way, and it was using a lot of charcoal and firewood. So they came up, our own member in Ethiopia came up with the projects of, again, improved stoves, so that they can use less charcoal and less firewood, but also resolving the issue of the health issues of air pollution, among others. So far, they have been able to provide 20,000 stoves to our individual members, and the project is still ongoing. We also had a second project on environmental sustainability with the same cooperatives. This one was more gender-based focused, because we all know that in the African setting, most of those ones who are preparing the coffee are again the women. So they are the ones who then have to be trained and educated on the issue of sustainability and the use of materials. The last point I have or case study is in Morocco with the recycling cooperative in a very local community, but they have been, it's called Alpha Cooperative. They have been able to collect, sort, and recycle wastes produced at the source. By doing so, they have been able to educate the local communities and also the individuals, but also reducing the waste management issue by the locals. So far, this particular cooperative does collect 400 tons of waste, solid waste per day. So you can see if nothing was done, basically how it could have been put, the environmental damages or impact that it could have had. They have also been able, through that processing, providing jobs to the local communities. Time not being on our side, I know I could have gone on and on talking about so many other African cases, but I would like to make some 4 recommendations on how moving forward. Moving forward, I think we need to include more youth. First, because they are the ones who will be impacted more by what we are doing now, currently, in the future. So the youth have to uptake not only in cooperatives, but also on the issues around environmental sustainability, but also food security. Second, we need a partnership. Cooperatives alone cannot do it. So basically, we need more other organizations, be it the governments, to partner with the cooperatives in the issue around the food security and environmental sustainability. Third is the issue of data and research. As we speak, there are only few case studies which are storytelling, but we need hard data on what is exactly happening on the ground and what impact when we talk about the CO2, how much coffee is producing and how we are reducing that. So those are the kind of data I would like to see. Fourth, it's the issues around the ecological laws and the policy frameworks. Yes, a lot is being done, but a lot can also be done, still be done, especially in at the national level, international levels, but also regional and also the cooperative, and how we can contribute toward alleviate, rather how cooperative contributes to food security and also environmental sustainability. And the last one, but not least for sure, is about, again, I've already talked about research policy. Yes, I think that is my recommendation. In terms of conclusion, we have already seen that already cooperatives are in the space of food security and environmental sustainability. It has been said that it is within our DNA. That is what, when you look at the values and the principles of cooperatives, basically the echo, like it has said, all the SDGs, beyond the SDGs, they also echo the Agenda 2063 of the African Union. Having said that, we have the numbers, we have the scope and the scale, talking about 1.2 billion cooperators across the world. It's a force to reckon, but also which can do a bigger impact if well educated on the issues around environmental sustainability, but also well supported by other structures, which international and the national, from the national government. Thank you very much.
Obrigada, obrigada, Cifa. Acho que você
Thank you,
mostrou
Sifa. I think you've shown very well how this model can ally the production with the preservation. And I think that makes a difference. And you showed a different point. Many times we say that that only the productive model has this concern, but we are talking about Brazil and the world, about these 7 business models, 7 branches, each one in its own way, working with sustainability. So before I give the floor to the first Brazilian speaker, maybe a number that you don't know about is that 54% of the origin of the Brazilian agricultural production is encompassing a cooperative, and we are talking about big cooperatives, but we are talking about 72% of the corporate members are from family agriculture. So how much cooperative can be, and it is a tool to add value to this production to our corporate members, around 1 million people. So in this sequence, let's hear from Brazilian cases. Let's start with the Amazon, right, Sebastião? Sebastião Aquino is a member of the board of the Copeacre, a cooperative of extractivists and family farmers in Acre. He's a national reference in the processing of nuts and fruits and rubber from the Amazon region. He is also the president of Copi Chapuri, one of the cooperatives that is part of the Copi Acre. He's a rural producer and has been working with the Amazon bioeconomy, generating jobs and income in a sustainable way and creating this shield of environmental protection. How are you doing that, Sebastião? Good afternoon, everyone. Let's start with this video to introduce the cooperative, and then I'm going to make some comments concerning the cooperative and our expectations as a whole.
Coperacre está há 21 anos junto de mais de 2.500 famílias extrativistas e da agricultura familiar, com uma tradição consolidada na produção florestal sustentável e a modernização das cadeias produtivas da castanha, da borracha e fruticultura, garantindo a compra direto das famílias moradoras da floresta e qualidade com seus parques industriais.
Desde o início, quando a gente começou as atividades na Coperacre, a gente já pensou o seguinte: tem que surgir essa cooperativa para buscar mercado para os produtos da floresta. E é nessa batida que a gente vem anos após ano e com um trabalho sério que a gente vem fazendo junto com nossos clientes, junto com nossos parceiros, nós vem adquirindo cada vez mais credibilidade e é isso que a gente pode ver hoje, uma cooperativa forte.
Atuando como uma rede em todo o Acre, a Cooperativa Central de Comercialização Extrativista do Acre, Cooperacre, trabalha junto de 35 cooperativas singulares e associações e se organiza para ampliar ainda mais seu alcance, fortalecendo as diversas famílias parceiras e entregando produtos de qualidade para os consumidores em todo o mundo.
A renda da castanha é boa. Todo ano eu quebro 100 e poucas latas. Eu vendo aqui para Cooperac, que eles vão buscar lá em casa, né? Eu quebro, carrego para casa, tem um paiol, aí boto todo em casa.
E aí a gente começou a trabalhar a produção da borracha. Junto com a Cooperac, a gente teve uma primeira safra de 3 toneladas, depois a gente subiu para 6 toneladas, depois a gente acrescentou no ano seguinte para 20 e poucas toneladas, e no ano seguinte a gente conseguiu já 30 toneladas. Então isso para nós é uma satisfação, né? Ter esse fluxo de produção.
Nós temos um trabalho há 16 anos junto à Cooperac. Todo ano no período da safra do cupuaçu, goiaba e cajá, nós trabalhamos com a Cooperac. Graças a Deus nós somos um grupo com 22 famílias e até hoje temos feito um bom trabalho.
A gente tem certeza de pegar a produção dos nossos associados e entregar numa cooperativa central e ter a certeza que essa produção vai ser vendida.
Com o valor que está chegando para o extrativista, isso vem animando. E com isso, a gente acredita que nós estamos colaborando muito com a volta do extrativista, a produção da borracha e com a sustentabilidade da floresta.
Além da castanha, borracha, palmito e as variedades de frutas, será introduzido também a comercialização do café, que já está sendo plantado pelos cooperados e associados.
E quando a gente pensou no café foi exatamente como é que a gente trabalha essas pessoas que têm uma área pequena que possa ter uma renda justa e digna. e com os 3 modelos que nós queremos, que é o social, o econômico e o ambiental.
Você com 1 hectare de café, por exemplo, se você tirar aí, vamos supor, uma média baixa, 80 saca, a R$ 500 pelo menos, você vai ter um lucro de R$ 40.000 mais ou menos por hectare. Então, é uma excelente opção para quem tem pouca terra, né?
E o café se torna uma sustentabilidade. Esse café aqui tem 16 meses que foi plantado e já está da minha altura. E já carregando, quer dizer, com 2 anos e meio eu vou tirar uma carga boa. E tem como eu trabalhar com a minha castanha, com a minha seringa dentro, diminuir a quantidade de pastagem, ter uma vida digna e ainda ter o meu plantio de mariri, chacrona e minhas plantas medicinais.
Tendo café, tu tem certeza que tu vai vender a produção. A gente vê o futuro que a Cooperac crescer e a gente crescer junto, né? O próprio pequeno produtor crescer junto da cooperativa.
A história dos extrativistas e dos agricultores acrianos passa pela Cooperacre. E assim, juntos, mostram ao mundo que a floresta em pé e a produção sustentável são o presente na Amazônia.
A natureza, Deus é a mãe, é a fonte de vida, é a fonte da existência.
Rapaz, acho que se não fosse a floresta, acho que não estava passando fome. A gente vive uma vida boa, sem perturbação de nada.
Eu não quero sair daqui de jeito nenhum, é um canto que eu gosto de morar. Aqui mesmo, porque eu gosto mesmo.
Para a floresta permanecer em pé, que o seringueiro ele precisa ser reconhecido. Ele não faz só um trabalho de coleta do lápis, ele também faz um trabalho de conservação da floresta.
Cooperacre, bioeconomia da floresta contribuindo com o desenvolvimento sustentável da Amazônia e o equilíbrio do clima global.
Então, como o vídeo já faz alguns...
As the video has shown, the year is from 1 year ago, so we've updated some of the things. Now I'm going to present some of the updates over time and our expectations to advance. Cooperacre today has turned 22 years. Secondly, it's a center for association and cooperatives with 35 associations and cooperatives affiliated. Right now, we are restructuring to remain with cooperatives only because the associations have no profits. So we are migrating to cooperatives, and until 2024, we are going to have 12 cooperatives. We are going to reduce the cooperative members, but maintaining the amount of members. So we are going to maintain the members, and we are migrating and getting together in cooperatives. So this is the first step in this transition process. And we also maintain a basis of over 2,500 corporates. And we also cater 1,500 families that are not in the cooperatives. So we cater to over 4,000 families. Most of them are extractivists, both in the state of Acre, but also in other Amazon states, especially in the purchase of rubber, native rubber. Concerning the job generation, we work with affiliates who are working with the processing of Brazil nuts and rubber. We have heart of palms and also with benefiting fruits. So among our members and our partners, we are generating 400 direct jobs and 400 indirect jobs, informal jobs during the harvest. Gender equality. We have the participation of women, as was mentioned in the video, and we've been diversifying the the agricultural diversity in the harvest and in the production. I've mentioned the natural rubber. The main activity of Cooperac is the Brazil nut. This is our flagship, and we are migrating right now, and we are advancing towards fruits. We work together with 11 types of fruits, among them açaí, acerola, pineapple, graviola, mango, passion fruit, among others. We also work with heart of palms and coffee that we introduced in the video. So these are the different activities we work with. And as I've mentioned before, one of our objectives is the industrialization to add value. Right now, the Brazil nut is being put in the market dehydrated, and we also trade the nut oil. And now we are developing new subproducts, but we are not able to get scale to put that into the market. So this is the next challenge, to slice the nuts and flavor them to put them in the market. And another challenge that we have is that we are building a pulp industry, and we work with pulps that are maintained in cold chambers, so they are frozen. So we are building a more modern industry right now in order to conserve the fruit pulps. And we've received from Apex, that is going to speak in a moment, we've received the Rei do Açaí industry, and they are signing a contract with us, and we are going to deliver açaí in a short term, in 2 years, I believe. So we are organizing for that. What are the challenges? The main challenge today, and in the previous panel, they were talking about support and resources. We need resources, especially funding the producing families and the extractivists, because today the Amazon Bank is not accepting the extractivist production as current capital, as working capital. And we have a great challenge at the forefront because of that. And another challenge is this technical assistance for this kind of production. So we must advance in this productive system with technical assistance provided especially for us. And we would like to have a bonus for preserving in some products. We have some companies from more than 10 contracts of sales. We only have a single contract that is paying this bonus because of our environmental preservation. So they're paying for the social environment aspect. And what are our expectations at COP28? That the state can improve technical assistance to us, tailored made for the extractivists, that the funding institutions can provide a different funding for extractivists for this kind of production. So this is one of the expectations, that the other countries can also support initiatives such as this one through the Amazon Fund and other funders, so that we can really structure this productive chain. And last, that companies such as Veja or Berti may pay this bonus that will really come to the extractivists. And I'm going to give an example. I don't have to advertise Verti because they don't need it, but today in our community, they pay 4 times more the product value to the extractivist so that we can start with açaí, the Brazil nut, and cajá, and other products from our social biodiversity. So that is the challenge and the mission of Cooperacre was born in this activity. And to end, I'd like to say that we are catering more than 4,000 families, and in its total, more than 90% are families who are extractivists. So this is our social message.
Oi, oi. Você conseguiu sintetizar pouco de como
You were able to summarize the reality of this region of the country, but mainly how cooperatives have been moving forward on those challenges and offering all these families the possibility to have sustainable development and making a difference in the life of these people, certainly. And that's what co-ops are all about. So now let's move to the southern part of the country, and we're going to speak to Marcelo from the co-op Frimeza from the state of Paraná. He leads a team of over 800 people and has very ambitious sustainability projects. One of the most important brands, I don't know if you know that Frimeza is one of the greatest brand of dairy and swine products, and they recently launched a very bold ESG project that aims at reducing the environmental impact of the cooperative business and with carbon reduction targets. So please tell us a bit about that, Marcelo. Good morning, good afternoon. First of all, it's an honor to be here representing Frimeza and the co-op. I'll try to be brief because we don't have much time. So I'm Marcelo Serino. I'm Superintendent of Integrated Logistics of Frimeza. And today, integrated logistics includes environment and sustainability. Frimeza is a central co-op that processes dairy products and pork products, and we have 68,000 staff, over 1,000 of swine producers, almost 2,000 of dairy producers, and this includes more than 9,000 people. And we're located in Paraná, the most environmentally sustainable state in Brazil, the second greatest producer of swine and the first of poultry, and it reduced illegal deforestation significantly recently. Who's Frimeza? Well, Frimeza, who are we? We are the fourth greatest brand of pork in Brazil. We're the third greatest of dairy products, and we produce more than 400,000 tons of food products. And now I'm going to play a video, and then I'll come back with more details. Producing sustainable foods is a result of our actions. have an anti-corruption pact. We have invested 1.2 million reais in compliance. We are committed to energy transition. We preserve the ecosystems and the diversity of wildlife. We work with renewable energies. We manage 100% of our waste. We have a certified program for swine products. And we employ 545 immigrants mostly from South America. And we help them obtain their visas in Brazil. We help them with housing and we offer Portuguese lessons. We have a program, a training program for young learners. We worry about the mental health of our staff. We are the greatest swine packing plant in Latin America, the greatest meat packing plant in Latin America. We generate solar energy. We use rainwater. And we have created and implemented more than 187 innovation projects. This is one of our highlights for recent years. Okay, so let's talk a bit of who we are. Today, Frimeza has over 2,000 direct employees, out of which 6,119 are women. That is 50%, and 522 foreigners. And we also have differentials in our history. We have a certification program for producers called the Certified Swine Program. We offer training and capacity building around 5 specific pillars. And once they get this quality seal, they get a financial bonus. And the pillars are food safety, animal welfare, both in raising and management, traceability, environmental protection, and licenses of all properties involved, and workers' health and safety. So 98% of our producers are family producers, family farmers. And how did we start focusing on ESG? Some years ago, the high management determined that all actions should consider ESG and sustainability issues. From then on, many projects and actions were executed, and now we are the first co-op in Brazil that has launched an ESG roadmap and a public commitment made to the media and stakeholders. And we have effective projects of energy transition. We have already started the process. We had to decrease our reliance on fossil fuels. So you can see our plant from the city of Medianeira. It is an award-winning biodigestion plant that uses industrial waste to produce biogas that is then used in our processes. And this allowed us to reduce the emission of greenhouse gases by 33% and 100% the need for liquefied gas, natural gas, which has now been replaced by biogas. And we reduced by 71% the environmental impact of the waste generated by our plants. We have areas of reforestation. We use eucalyptus biomass, and along with the research institute, we developed some conservation and management projects. So now we have 5.3 square kilometers of native forest that is preserved, 1.5 kilometers of natural reserves. It's something we donate to communities to be managed by the government, and 33% of these areas are exclusively for bioconservation of streams and rivers. And we manage those forests sustainably. In the most recent cycle, we planted over 1 million trees. Another project is that we turned all our reforestation areas of agroforests. So we established a partnership with local producers, and the contract determines that we give them our land and they use it for their production activities, and this helps local economy, and it's a circular economy. Frimeza has no economic interest in this project. All the income generated remains in the hands of producers. And we have a partnership with Cofamel, which is a co-op that produces honey in our properties. We have another initiative where we offer space for cattle raising, and this allows us to reduce the emission of greenhouse gases caused by livestock farming, because the pastures are surrounded by forests that absorb the gas, and we also allow local producers to use some of our areas to plant their products. And almost a year ago, we opened the greatest swine meat packing plant in Latin America, certainly one of the most sustainable in the world, located in the city of Assis Chateaubriand. So ever since its design, all the elements of sustainability were taken into consideration. I'm going to give you some examples of how the plant operates today. All the roofs can capture rainwater. So in a normal year, in terms of rain, we're going to be saving more than 6 million cubic meters of water. It generates its own energy. A great percentage of the energy needed is generated internally. And the same plant you saw in Medianeiras, we always have in this plant. It's a biodigestion plant that produces biomethane, CO2. And we also have a photovoltaic plant that produces a great amount of the energy we need. And all the equipment that we bought for this plant were bought with energy efficiency in mind. So the idea was that the plant would be very efficient in energy consumption, despite its high level of technology. And it uses the waste it generates to generate energy and recirculate it into the system. This was the roadmap we launched at the beginning of the year with our targets. I'm going to highlight the 4 most important ones, in my opinion. We're going to improve biosecurity by 2025, and also by 2025, all of our producers will have our certification for swines. We want to have at least 30% of women in managing roles, and increase the number of renewable energy. So all of our energy base by 2025 will be more efficient and environmentally friendly, and will be carbon neutral by 2040. Thank you for the opportunity. It was a pleasure to speak to you. Thank you very much. Great. Congratulations on your work, Marcelo. We went from the northern to the southern regions of Brazil, and there are many differences, but also many similarities, right, Sebastião? When we think about preservation and sustainability initiatives. Well, but it's not all about agricultural co-ops, right, Dr. So now we're going to talk about how our financial co-ops fit into this picture. So Enio is one of the people who came up with the idea of co-ops for the industry. And he's going to talk not only about the Sicob system of which he's a part, but also on behalf of all the credit co-ops in Brazil. So Enio, the floor is yours. How are our co-ops working with this topic? First, I'd like to say that it's a great pleasure to be here with you. For those who are here or watching remotely, thank you for your presence. I'll try to be brief because I heard we ran out of time. So I have to be even faster than I normally am. First, I'd like to start by saying that financial co-op movements are very relevant around the world with more than 400 million members, representing 2.69% of economically active people. And these co-ops manage 10% of the volume of business in the financial sector. So it's a very expressive number. In Brazil, it has a clear support from the federal government. On many institutional fronts, I'd like to highlight the regulatory aspect, which is certainly a reference around the world. And the co-ops have 18 million members served by 135,000 employees and managers. So this great expansion we've seen in the sector makes it the biggest proximity network in Brazil. It's the institution with the greatest number of physical localities in many areas where they have no other financial institutions present, often in remote areas away from big urban centers. And this made these co-ops the main providers of credit for small enterprises. I'm just excluding from this group middle-sized companies. And of course, as we know, because it's true around the world, these companies are the greatest providers of formal jobs. So the co-op movement, being close to these smaller companies, they give support to local development. And another positive example of effective participation of our movement is funding for loans for rural activities. Brazilian agribusiness, as we know very well, plays a central role in food security. And Brazilian credit co-ops fund 21%, account for 21% of the credits granted, and its figures are only smaller than those from a public state-owned bank. So now I'd like to show you how our co-ops stand apart from other institutions. We promote social inclusion, financial justice and inclusion, because in many other areas in Brazil, we have no other options for financial services. I'm not talking about branches. I'm talking about areas, shops that are open from Monday through Friday, where you find a human being, and co-ops in more than 1,000 Brazilian localities. We are the only ones that have a presence there representing the financial sector. So that means that inclusion of small enterprises and people who often do not have access to the service offered by traditional alternatives. We are not saying we're better or worse, but we are an alternative. And I'd like to say something about financial justice. If you consider that in a financial co-op, in a credit co-op, customers are also owners, we are not profit-oriented. It wouldn't make any sense to be so. So this means in practice that co-ops have interest rates and tariffs that are significantly lower than those practiced in the market. I'm going to share you some piece of data. From 2016 to 2021, credit co-ops generated savings for people who chose them of $17.4 billion. I'll repeat these figures. Between 2017 and 2021, those co-ops generated savings of $17.4 billion. We are also very effective at providing financial education. In 2023, credit co-ops were responsible for 94.6% of financial education initiatives. So it's a very relevant piece of data. And in the same year, 2023, 73% of people who had some access to courses about finances had the access to our courses. Another aspect I'd like to highlight is that credit co-ops, they bring elements closer. I'll give you some examples of that. Imagine a relevant traditional player connected to the university that recently concluded a study in partnership with the financial sector and identified the following positive impacts. First, the presence of a co-op increases the internal GDP per capita by 5.6%. The presence of this type of co-op increases the amount of shops by 16% annually. So we generate jobs. R1 of credit granted generates more than R2 in the economy. I could share more data, but we don't have more time, so I'm going to keep on going as fast as I am. I apologize, but that's the solution we have to convey our messages in this short time. Credit co-ops, just like other branches of the co-op movement, are genuine example of new entrepreneurship. And I'd like to highlight shared economy as an example of that. And how can you see that in the co-op movement? By sharing property, by sharing capital, by sharing management and sharing results. So a shared economy, and it's exactly that, new entrepreneurship. And co-ops play a central role in private investment. There are many projects geared towards healthcare, promoting citizenship, entrepreneurship, and environment, climate issues. And it's interesting, all these products, that dozens of millions of products, are chosen by communities, not by co-ops. Co-ops go to the community and ask them, what are the most relevant projects that we can support with? And so this is the 7th universal principle of co-ops, which is being committed to communities.
Das entregas já feitas, das características do cooperativismo, do seu potencial, dos seus...
So we have established a number of partnerships around the world with public and private entities. We have recently signed 2 important ones during the COP, and they always include both good practices and ESG and sustainability. Sustainability of credit co-ops in Brazil takes a strategic and multi-sector dimension. It's above the strategic map of all the co-op systems. The credits, co-ops, as you can see,
Emissões de gases de efeito estufa.
measures GHG emissions, methane, sulfur, carbon gases, and also needs to the neutralization of these gases. And finally, there's work towards reducing that. So the credit co-ops are committed to contributing to a low carbon economy. And there are a number of fundraising actions around the world and in Mexico, and those led by social loans. And we have also many sustainable initiatives to fund green, social, environmental initiatives. And co-ops are also very effective in producing clean energy, wind and photovoltaics, especially both for our own processes and activities in our installations, but also encouraging its members, its clients to adopt that. So you have lines of credit with low interest rates for that. And also, credit co-ops got a good score in the global rating. In Brazil, credit co-ops are in a great position in that. And this certification is granted by Morningstar, headquartered in the Netherlands, and it makes us very proud, and it shows that we're moving in the right direction, but we can and should do much more. That is why in the 30th Congress of the International Confederation of Popular Banks and Credit Co-ops in Paris, we signed this manifesto, reinforcing our commitment to sustainable development. Amongst the many aspects of this manifesto, I'd like to highlight 4 that have everything to do with what we're discussing here. 1, support entrepreneurship and innovations. Number 6. The second is develop a net zero trajectory by 2030. That's number 9 here. Finally, also we would like to support our customers in their own communities in their transition challenges. And finally, we must reduce carbon footprint and so reformulate our portfolio. And I'm moving towards the end of my presentation. So considering the great potential and vocation, the UN has consider 2025 the International Year of Cooperatives for the second time, to make sure that these co-ops will have a special treatment. And why is that? Because they are essential to meet the 17 Sustainable Development Goals, and especially numbers 13, 7, 2, and 1, which are connected to the agenda of the COP28. And they can help meet the 17 SDGs, as well as social peace, which is the greater objective of the UN. Another aspect, another motivation that made the UN make this decision is the fact that these co-ops are able to mitigate adverse climate events, especially those that affect the most vulnerable populations, because they are the ones who bear the brunt of climate change, as we know. So co-ops are offering a new look at this situation. So just quickly, I'd like to show you a model of sustainable entrepreneurship from the north of Brazil, of coffee plantation, which is a model that saves plantations and forests at the same time. It's an initiative by traditional peoples, as you see in this very short video I'm going to show, which involves territorial settlement of families, innovation of local economic matrix, respecting the environment, respecting the local know-how, and that shows that micro properties can go beyond subsistence farming. And it's a combination of prosperity and lots of responsibility. So please play the video.
Nós queríamos fazer financiamento para.
We'd like to get. I'm sorry, there are subtitles.
Para a gente estar vendendo café empacotado, né? A gente chegava nos bancos aí, não, é indígena, não tem como. Então, 2004, mais ou menos, nós plantou, tínhamos café, né? Nós tínhamos até mais ou menos uns 8 mil pés de café, né? Só que não tinha qualidade, a gente colhia de qualquer jeito, deixava na roça uma semana, né? Quando veio o pessoal da secretaria, né, junto com a Embrapa, perguntou se a gente queria mexer com café de qualidade. Nós falamos, vamos experimentar. E deu certo, no primeiro ano que a gente começou a mexer com qualidade e conquistar um primeiro prêmio, né? Aí já foi outra visão, né? A gente já pensou em produzir café já beneficiado, selecionar como que está chegando o café na mesa do consumidor, né? Café de qualidade. A gente já foi mudando o preparo dele. Hoje a gente já vende o café já beneficiado, já não é mais como era, né? Vendia nas máquinas e não queria saber de nada, queria saber de qualidade. Agora não, é qualidade.
Nós tínhamos um sonho e geralmente para você realizar seu sonho depende do dinheiro. E quando ele ia no banco, nos outros bancos, né, que ele ia procurar, né, ver se conseguia fazer o financiamento, aí não dava certo. E assim, eu falo, o Cicobi, ele foi um parceirão como um irmão, né?
E eu acho que se não fosse o Cicobi, a gente não tinha esse passo grande que a gente teve, né? No estado de Rondônia já é divulgado, todo mundo conhece já o Café Aruá, né? Falta no Brasil e no mundo, né? Mas logo a gente chega lá, se Deus quiser.
Bem, para encerrar,
Well, so in closing, I'd like to say that, well, actually to make a calling of two very relevant authorities globally. And I'd like to start by from quoting what Kofi Annan said, who says, let us be good stewards of the earth we inherited. All of us have to share the earth's fragile ecosystem and precious resources, and each of us has a role to play in preserving them. If we are to go on living together on this earth, we must all be responsible for it. More recently, the current General Secretary, Antonio Gutierrez, said the following words: our world needs climate action on all fronts, everything, everywhere, at the same time. And I would add, ladies and gentlemen, members of the co-op and credit union movement around the world, our commitment and our vocation and our great responsibility means that we cannot just operate on a basic level, just scratching the surface. We need to create a real dike of resistance against violence and exclusion and action against the environment. Sorry, I took more than my time. Thank you. We could have stopped here, but I would like to close this panel and my remarks by saying that that's what the co-op movement is about. It's connected to production and sustainability, and we have no doubts about how our business model can improve the world and make it better and better. So I'd like to thank you again for your partnership, your attention, to thank APEX, the Ministry of Foreign Relations, and all the other ministries involved in organizing this panel. And I'd like to bring someone to this conversation who's a co-op member, a friend of the co-op movement, who's been fighting tirelessly to make sure our co-ops will also be able to do what Cooperacri is doing to empower exports and open new paths to our co-op movement. Thank you very much. The floor is yours, Laudemir.
Rapidamente, a gente
Thank you, Tanya. I just wanted to quickly greet you and say that it's always a satisfaction to debate cooperativism and credit unions. It's a joy to bring this panel here because we are convinced that sustainable development goes through cooperativism. We from APEC, we work with international trading, exports, promotion of trade, extractivism, family agriculture. We believe in trade and we believe in the standing forest. That's why we are so very committed with this cause. And I would like to conclude giving you a piece of data that I believe the standing forest has. And the appropriate ESD solution, which goes through cooperativism. We've studied 64 products that were compatible with the forest. And those 64 products represent a market of $178 billion. Brazil is part of the market with 0.2%. Out of a market of $178 billion of forest compatible products, we represent 300 million, which is 0.2. If we increase Brazil's participation in this market, considering the size that Brazil has, which is 1.3 in terms of territory, our participation could reach $1.2 billion with products from the forest, such as nuts, açaí, andiroba, and many others. We believe that one of the solutions is international trade, adding value, and make our traditional people, our indigenous people, find resources in the international market to keep a standing forest. And we cannot do that if we don't use cooperatives or associations among people. I think that's the main solution. And we are absolutely committed to that. That's why Apex Brazil is so happy to be here. Congratulations and count on us, count on the Brazilian government. Congratulations.
Finalizamos, então. Muito obrigada.
Ok? Vamos começar então, bem, antes de mais nada.
Let us start. Before anything else, a good afternoon. I have been here before, and I will miss this when I go back home. The idea behind this panel was born when we started thinking about what subjects we were going to propose in the Ministry of Science and Technology from the perspective of the ministry. On the 1st of December, we had a panel talking about the MCTI products and how these are used by decision makers. This was the objective of the first panel. And this morning we had another research project that was presented in a panel this morning. This panel is called Amazon Face. And this third panel will be to talk about science, how science and scientists are looking at the relationship between climate change and Amazon, how the Amazon affects the climate of the world as a whole, and how climate change can affect the Amazon. So this panel is focused on the Amazon. And it is a joy to see so many people that have worked with the Amazon, people who have carried out incredible works. And we have a group of people that can tell us a little bit about how science in Brazil and in the world is looking at the Amazon.
Moacir Araújo, e todos aqui
We
são
have Moacir Araújo. Everybody here are more than colleagues, but friends. We have Moacir, coordinator of Rede Clima, coordinator for the biodiversity program linked to the Ministry for Science, Technology and Innovation, MCTI. Carlos Nobre, that needs no introduction, but who will be talking about the Amazon Scientific Panel. Rajan, who is another friend, who is in the Ministry for Environment, and that works not just with the bureaucratic side, but also the scientific side of things, and Tanara, who is responsible for the Subsecretariat for Science and Technology in the Amazon region. It was recently created, and it is connected to the Ministry of Science, Technology and Innovation. I've quickly introduced our panelists, and I don't want to waste any more time, so I'm going to offer the floor to Moacir, who will talk about Rede Clima and how Rede Clima has been looking at science and the Amazon. Good morning, everyone, and good afternoon to the others that are here. It is a great pleasure to be here. I'd like to greet Carlos, Geraldo. We hadn't seen each other since the summit in Belém. And I just wanted to say a few words to pay homage to Professor Enio Candotti, who left us recently, passed away recently. And what we're doing here today has to do with his life efforts. And I'd like to register this. My name is Moacir Araújo. I am a professor and vice dean of Federal University of Pernambuco, and I've just come back from a scientific cruise in Antarctica. So if you see me moving from side to side, it is because I'm still in the pace of a large ship. And I wanted to show you a slide about Rede Clima because I'm here as their coordinator, and I should talk a little bit about this beautiful network that was implemented way back in 2007, and we're now 15 years old. Back at that point, it was called only MCT. Now it's MCTI. Carlos was responsible for Rede Clima, and Rede Clima aims at organizing Brazilian science and themes associated to climate change, including at the level of international discussions. Rede Clima is very widespread. We have more than 100 scientists from different areas and 40 universities everywhere. So there is a regional distribution of the 17 sub-networks with strong international cooperation. We have more than 1,000 scientific articles published under the Brazilian Research Network on Global Climate Change, or Rede Clima. More than 512 have been in international journals. A lot of communication with the society. And Rede Clima coordinates several networks for UNFCCC, and we will coordinating the biannual reports. This is our website, and this summarizes what I wanted to say. Let's get into the Amazon question. There are two important topics that I wanted to mention. First, the influence of the El Niño. This is a recent article that shows there is a change in the frequency of the El Niño, especially when we consider the last years and decades. There is a drastic change. The El Niño is that phenomenon in the Pacific that heats up the water and influences the whole atmospheric circulation in the world. So of course it affects the Amazon. There will be other La Niñas which feed large El Niños. So we should get used to large El Niños that are incubated by several La Niñas. This has important consequences for Brazil. It is all over the news. We have dry air in the Amazon area causing droughts. There is a block of the zone of convergence, so there is a drought in the northeast area of Brazil as well. And there is a facilitation for low altitude jets taking rains to the south of Brazil. I would like to say that internal forcing is related to deforestation and of course the associated social impacts, which are huge. And as a first scenario, we have what I call climate environmental suicide. This is an article from 2009 that started discussing tipping points, and there are open questions here.
Pode ajudar também, né, na identificação da
Science can help identifying the evolution of these tipping points. I'm going to concentrate on scenario 2, associated to science, conservation, bioeconomy, biotechnology. We had a demonstration of how the Amazon can be an important open-air lab, through Amazon Face. Everybody was able to see how the Amazon is going to fare when there is a much higher concentration of CO2. So it is a large lab. I will quickly talk about this, and I'll let Geraldo talk a bit more about this. But these heat charts show the differential we have in favor of Brazil, and we have to take advantage of this so as to transform our economy. We cannot lose this differential. So this is clear to me. Science goes through understanding and facilitating and using the biodiversity we have in that region. An important challenge regarding mitigation, of course, the results are promising, especially when it comes to the last 10 to 12 months, but we have to keep on route, and it's not easy.
A gente vê aí os ministérios envolvidos, o MMA em particular, o MCTI também.
The Ministry for Environment, the MCTI, they're all together to keep on the vision of net zero deforestation. Another issue that is something we can tackle is the creation and maintenance of protected areas in the Amazon. This is a success case that has been proven to work in the marine sector. We have to promote this because results are clear. Another strategy is associated to the scientific production and the contribution of sciences to quantify this from from the perspective of nature-based solutions. We need to take into consideration the local populations. This is an interesting contribution from Rede Clima that focus not just in hydric solutions, but also social environmental solutions. I've brought examples here. Amazon 4.0 is an important reference, and it is a collaboration between universities and institutions in Brazil, and it's a path we should take. These are the last slides. I have only 1 minute. What is new? We have a synthesis center on environmental and climate change, CIMACLIM, and we have the possibility of working with themes that are scientific gaps. This is a climate synthesis institute that generates specific products on certain themes. I had a meeting with the constructive sector yesterday. That was a very good one. So building causality is a good theme that is going to be approached by CIMACLIM. I'm not going to get into details, but 12 themes will be assessed. And we are very enthusiastic to offering this cooperation and making a difference in terms of climate change. This is our website. Most of what we saw here is in our books. There are 15 books being produced by Rede Clima to celebrate the 15 years of Rede Clima. And the first booklet involves biodiversity. Thank you. Sorry if I spoke for too long, but the message is important.
Obrigado, Moacir, por essa.
Thank you, Moacir. Now, Carlos is going to talk about the scientific panel for the Amazon, and I just wanted to say that in the 90s, I had the pleasure working with Carlos, and I've learned a lot with him. Carlos, please. Good morning, everyone. Thank you. Moacir talked a lot about what Rede Clima is doing. A lot of advances in research that is important for Brazil and especially to the Amazon. And I'd like to complement a little bit, talking about the scientific panel for the Amazon. We are honored to have Marielo Colacraro, co-president of the panel, have other members, Luciana Gatti, Francisco Costa, da Vila Bola. Sorry if I forgot some. We have a huge representation of the panel, and if we think about it, people sometimes ask, why didn't you have this panel before? Why was it created only in 2019? Then we had COVID, and in the meantime, we were able to get 240 members, 2/3 of the Amazon countries, and produced a first report that was launched during the COP26 2021, which was the most advanced scientific report on science in the Amazon. 1,200 pages, a lot of people wrote a chapter, and it showed what the science said about how the Amazon evolved, what are we doing in terms of global warming, the risks to biodiversity, to the climate, to hydrology. We talked about why this is happening and the developmental model that was started in the Amazon in the 70s. We also talked about the indigenous peoples and the threats that they face. And the third part analyzed what solutions were important for the Amazon populations from the point of view of education, indigenous peoples, bioeconomy. All of this was discussed, and this panel decided that it should be carried on. So the panel decided to, we decided that the Amazon issue was such a risky one, and we are so close to the tipping point. Luciana, my colleague, does a lot of research on this. Me too. I've published some papers in 90 and 91. And we know that if we carried on, the Amazon will become a savanna. And the future is here now. So just a quick complementation. What's happening then? The south of the Amazon, why is that so close to the point of no return, to tipping point? The dry season is 4 weeks longer than it used to be. And that is due to a combination of extreme events, droughts caused by global warming. Every now and then, we used to have a strong drought in the past, like every 20 years, and now we have reoccurring droughts. And these droughts make the dry season last longer. And another problem is, whenever you promote deforestation, the degraded area recycles and transpires a liter of water per square meter per day in the dry season. In the dry season, the forest evaporates 4.5 liters. It transpires more in the dry season than the wet season. So these are some phenomena that works in synergy And with a strong El Nino and the hot North Atlantic caused this problem. A lot of studies used to show that global warming was going to promote the Amazon savanization in the 21st century when the temperature surpassed 4 degrees, but they never added the use of the land. The last few studies say that if temperature goes beyond 2.5 degrees and deforestation goes beyond 25%, you are above the tipping point. But Luciana's studies show that the tipping point is even closer. A lot of scientists think that the southeast of the Amazon is past the point of no return. Luciana showed several studies showing that the forest there is a source of carbon. So I just wanted to tell you a little bit about this. And the scientific panel for the Amazon decided that we should have a moratorium in deforestation of the whole south of the Amazon, net zero deforestation by 2030, and then nature-based solutions. We needed a large reforestation initiative and the creation of a new social bioeconomy that combined the indigenous people and their science and our science. So what the panel resolved was that as of 2022, we would carry out a number of policy briefs. We launched a few in 2027 at the COP27 in Egypt. And these were called forest restoration arches, which meant reforestation at the south of Amazon and along the Andes in Colombia, Ecuador, and Peru. And it's one of the areas with the largest biodiversity on the planet. And happily, as you might know, this policy brief had a very positive impact, and Brazil, a week ago, launched the project Forest Restoration Arch, one of the largest projects of the type.
Restore 24 million hectares between now and 2050, $20 billion, starting now immediately with lots of money to restore indigenous lands, conservation units, settlements, non-reimbursable, and a great amount of money at 1% of interest rate annually for livestock farming and other areas. So this is very important and shows a bit of the relevance of this policy brief. So I'll close now. But last year, the COP25, we launched one about the importance of indigenous lands, another one talking about tipping points. And this year, this morning, we launched 3 policy briefs. One led by Professor Francisco Costa, showing the great risk of organized crime, of illegal activities, illegal market of lands, illegal mining activities, illegal logging, and this shows very well the risk of illegal activities in the Amazon. And another very challenging reality shown by a policy brief is about sustainable infrastructure in the Amazon, because most of the areas of deforestation are close to illegal roads. You have more than 2 kilometers of illegal roads in the Amazon, especially in the Brazilian Amazon. So you need sustainable infrastructure for transport, energy, sanitation, and water, and the digital world connectivity. And a third policy brief that will be launched, the second part by Luciana Gatti in the Amazon Hub. She's going to talk about carbon risk, the potential of the carbon market, and of other systems. And we'll also be launching the tipping point policy brief about how to find solutions for that, and also a policy brief that will be published by Mariello, which is something that includes actions of fighting deforestation in the Amazon and how you can have legal logging activities. And we also launched a very brief document, a 2-page document, explaining why we had record drought in the Amazon today. As I mentioned, record highs in temperature of the ocean, El Nino acting very strongly. All this is impacting the biodiversity in the region, the lives of people, and trees are dying. And all this is ongoing. All this panel is still very active. It inspired, well, I'm sorry, I didn't explain that. The panel was created by a network, a UN network for sustainable development, and we launched a scientific panel for the Congo Basin, and next year the one for Indonesia, Borneo. So this shows the relevance of communicating science in finding solutions to all tropical forests. So I'll just like to close by reminding you, and I think many of you saw that the Ministry of the Environment launched a very innovative idea, which was the project for rainforests. It's a beautiful idea, difficult to implement, but beautiful. $250 billion from around the world to create this fund that will pay investors, and the remainder will be paid $30 for every hectare of rainforest anywhere in the world. So if you deforest 1 hectare, you lose 100 hectares equivalent of payment. So I would like to close by thanking you and saying that you can count on our organization, our scientific panel for the Amazon. We're going to launch detailed information about it, and in the COP13 2025, we will launch, issue another assessment report, which is very important in trying to find sustainable solutions for the Amazon region. Thank you very much.
Passar para o professor Geraldo, deixa eu só fazer
Before giving the floor to Professor Geraldo, let me just thank the scientific panel of the Amazon. They were our partners in organizing the seminar of the Amazon Dialogue we had in Belém in Agosto, and it was responsible for funding more than 10 researchers from other countries that went there to work with us. And as someone who represents the government today, I'd like to say that
completamente
the
diferente.
discussion about the Amazon has now a very different focus from what it had in recent years. Now we can talk about the Amazon not only during a COP, which was something that was done at a separate Brazil booth. We couldn't talk about that in the Brazil booth, so the scientific community found a way to talk about it in a parallel event. And we also had the launch during this COP of the Ecological Transition Plan, which is a totally different way of looking at sustainability, not only from the point of view of the environment, but also from the economic point of view. And this is a plan led by the Ministry of Finance. So I think this shows the commitment of this government to making all efforts possible to ensure that future generations will have a more sustainable world and a more pleasant world to live in. And Dr. Geraldo is someone I also have to thank because he is a great partner of our secretariat and our division. Professor Geraldo Fernandes sometimes late at night receives one of our requests late at night on a Friday, and we need it by Monday morning, and we need more people like him in Brazilian science. Good afternoon. Thank you very much for the invitation. It's a great pleasure to be here talking to you and being a member of this great panel. And the previous speakers made my work easier because they described all the needs and the successes of recent months, and which is relevant to the Amazon and the whole of Brazil. We know how we are rich in ecosystems and biomes. Well, today I'll be talking about the Brazilian Biodiversity Program, which is a program by the Ministry of Science and Technology that will develop over more than 50 years. A network of scientists worried about biodiversity. And so within its scope, the Biodiversity Knowledge Center was created in 2023, and one of its main missions is integrating Amazon studies with the rest of the country and taking science produced by this group to decision makers, which is a very complex action, but we will make it. And it involves more than 900 researchers in more than 90 centers in Brazil. You can see how it covers all the national territory, and we have partners from around the world. Regarding the Amazon specifically, what are the needs we identified right now? We certainly need to go beyond scientific management and political management. We also need to integrate and increase dialogues to meet the planned objectives and protect the integrity and diversity, biocultural diversity of the region that is one of the most diverse, if not the most diverse in the world. As Professor Carlos Nobre said before me, Amazonia might be close to many tipping points. And I know this has been said today, and it's very important to summarize that from the scientific point of view in order to have a better understanding of the situation and find solutions. We need to understand those tipping points. And in order to protect the Amazon, we need joint cooperation of actions between Amazonic countries. And there are 9 states, not only Brazil. Brazil is the most part, but we need to unite. That's essential, and maximize efforts and resources in integrating this knowledge and developing research initiatives. We could use all this group of scientists and brains that are available and try to better integrate them to reach results sooner. This would allow us to strengthen this network between countries even more. And we know that it's important to have that science has this close contact with institutions that are our partners. So the idea is that we can be together all the time, all along the way. And we also should increase the monitoring of biodiversity and degradation. And And there are many types of actions, like some types are not detected by satellites. Sometimes we see degradation, you see all green from above, but when you get to the area, you see it's degraded. So you need to add this other layer. And so considering water is essential and climate, because you know there's a huge number of rivers, streams, and springs in the Amazon. So conservation of fresh water could be one way to go, because that's how people travel. So it's important to integrate that to our strategies of preservation. Professor Carlos Nobre knows about this reality because he created those idea of the flying rivers. Even though we know its routes, its mechanisms, we need more details. We need to understand this in more depth and also understand the role of other ecosystems, especially those adjacent to the forest. And I'd like to draw your attention to the Cerrado, the Brazilian savanna, which is also a gigantic biome in South America. So it's important to know what's happening in all these other biomes close to the Amazon. And we think it's extremely important to know that there are countless ongoing projects, such as Ramsar Wetland Challenge.
Saber quais são as perguntas
And they all have a contribution to give to the situation. So it's important to know the issues they're raising, the responses they are coming up with, so that we can act more quickly and reach the desired results. Another very important strategy is giving right to rivers. We are working on that. So we could promote this very well in some points of the region and try and protect the areas that have a high value in terms of biodiversity. Encourage local organization focusing on rights and initiatives of co-participation management. We need pilots, we need successful pilots to really integrate that all communities in a bigger struggle. We know of many good examples, but we need to conquer this space or we're going to lose. Of course, that financial support is on its way, but it needs to get to its final destination for the initiative to be successful. And also, we should focus on sub-basin areas and develop education initiatives there. So we need to take this knowledge there and promote the dissemination of knowledge all over the area. We mentioned the drug issue, and I'm not going to repeat, but it's essential to this debate. So we need to fight this reality. And it's also important to have an X-ray of the current situation. The area is becoming more degraded. It will help us to understand some issues, especially emerging diseases. And also in terms of bioeconomy, you need to find a way for communities to be able to trade their markets, but much more than that. The forest is very rich, and so is Brazil with all its other biomes and ecosystems. But we need to shorten the distances between scientific findings and detecting a very relevant bioactive product in fighting cancer, for example, and the shelf. We can't wait 10 years to have formulation ready to be sold and generate income. So it needs to be worked on urgently. Otherwise, people will think it's worth deforesting. So this is essential. And we also have to overcome gaps and strengthen local initiatives. This is being done, but we need to gain scale, which is the great challenge, especially when we consider such a vast territory. And one of these interesting initiatives, of course, are restoration, as Professor said before me, but something else that is essential, not just for Brazil, but the whole planet, is a lot of science in this restoration. We cannot have one single solution for so many diverse ecosystems all around the world. There are many Amazons, there are many Brazilian savannas.
Ao redor do mundo, inclusive em colaboração.
We need to have even a cooperation with the Science and Technology Ministry. We launched the Blue List of Ecosystems in Australia, and apparently there's a lot of interest in the topic to be able to learn more, to be able to restore better and connect our region to what is already out there. So it's a nice initiative led by Brazil. And challenges as big as this huge basin, but opportunities and actions are already present and are also huge. So we can only win with this huge work ahead of us. And the only way to do it is by establishing partnerships. Thank you very much. Thank you, Professor. Before giving the floor to Rajon, I'd like to talk about another risk that we know that exists. We sometimes don't realize and don't even try to quantify. This week we had some meetings with Carlos, and an issue that we must consider was raised. We were talking about illegal mining and deforestation, but what's the real risk that some governments that deny deforestation have over the Amazon? If we could do a modeling today, 4 years ago, the Brazilian government was not the government we have, what would have happened to sustainability in the Amazon? I think science needs to consider that, not only in Brazil, but everywhere. So we're not talking about one person, one action in the Amazon. We're talking about a whole governmental policy that denies sustainability. So I think science needs to include that as one of its concerns.
Muito obrigado, boa tarde.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. I think professors and teachers like to stand as they speak. Thank you for the invitation. It's an honor to be here. And it's great to have someone else from the Federal University of Minas Gerais. And it's really nice to be a part of this panel. And science has a lot to contribute to this debate. And we even have very concrete evidence of that, thanks to the leadership of Luciana Gatti, who's present here. She wrote an article that I co-authored and shows that the previous year we had emissions that were equivalent to El Nino, but anthropogenic. An El Nino caused by public policies. But you can imagine the challenge we face now, because we have this climate, El Nino, and we have to not only revert this trend, this global anthropogenic change, but also be able to deliver results. This shows how big the task is and the wisdom of Mother Nature that's forcing us to control, to face this now. Imagine all those fires, all this El Nino in the previous government. Imagine that how devastating, much more devastating the effects would have been. And now, taking one step back, I think it's interesting to consider the role of models in developing scenarios. And so I'll start from the etymology of the word model, which comes from the Italian modello, which is a new, more modern form of Latin. It was used in Middle Ages and has two meanings that are very different, but both help us understand what a model is and how it's connected to scenarios. A model is, on the one hand, an ideal. It's like you say, a model school. It's something that represents what would be a utopic situation, or what you would have in a utopic situation. So we have models for decarbonization, for the future of Brazil. But on the other hand, you also have model as the representation at a smaller, simplified scale of a more complex reality that was born as an architectonic construct. So I can have a miniature of a school or a church. And the advantage of the model is that you can put it on the table, you can manipulate it. You said, what happens if this one is bigger? If I get rid of this column, what happens to the structure? Without needing to build a whole church or a whole school. And that gives us a great power in creating public policies, which is the power of developing future scenarios. And the role of models in this case is not predicting the future. We're not futurologists. The objective of this modeling in establishing scenarios is determining physical limitations and how they relate to public policies, to make it clear to society and decision makers what are the possible ways and what are the possible ways we see ahead of us. On the one hand, we have Brazil with undeniable potential. Brazil is a country that has this important vocation for producing food and renewable energy.
De fato de ser campeão verde, né? Mas do outro lado,
green energy, it can be a green champion, but on the other hand, it is disproportionately affected by climate change and especially by deforestation. So we are mainly victims of climate change, especially victims. And why is that? Because even if we stop deforestation with the current level of emissions, we'll have the sevenization program. We're going to have a process where the rainfall will become ever more unstable. And this initiatives we're doing is an adaptation to climate change that is already happening. We lost on average 30 days of rainfall in the Amazon since the 1980s. In the Brazilian savanna, 1.5 months a year of rainfall. There are two harvests that we're going to miss because of a much shorter rainy season. So we're talking about halving our ability to produce food. And we can't think that just by increasing irrigation at a very high energy and economic cost, you're going to solve the problem. It's not true, because water has to come from somewhere. And the water is a finite resource. from those streams. So what we have learned from the past, especially now that we're moving from a phase of scientific research based on assumptions about the biophysical working of the way the planet operated from a biophysical point of view. And now the frontier of modeling and what's being done in that direction are empirically driven models. So they are driven by data, built based on data. We do not have to imagine that Amazonia will become a savanna because of models that are simplification of reality based on scarce data. No, today it's based on a concrete observation of what's happening that we are able to say that this is happening. And on the one hand, models become much more concrete with that, but on the other hand, it shows us the responsibility that we have. And as members of the scientific community, we have this responsibility and also feel the despair of seeing this curse of Cassandra. I don't know if you know what happens in the Iliad. You have Cassandra, one of the sisters of the princess. She was a princess of Troy. And from the beginning, she had those nightmares. And she said, if the lost prince came back to the family, there would be a huge catastrophe. And that's exactly what happens, because he brings Helen of Troy along with him. And this is the end of the family. And no one believed Cassandra. And when people realized she wasn't crazy, it was too late. So let's hope that the scenarios and models can effectively become oracles, and we won't have to again suffer the Cassandra curse. Thank you very much.
Obrigado, Rajão.
Thank you to Ajan and the presence of the Ministry of Environment, which are demonstrating how public policy is actually transversal. And we've been working together and making some very interesting observations to the national scenario. Another demonstration that the Amazon has importance and a special place for the MCTI was the recent creation for the Subsecretariat for the region of Amazon, led by Professor Tanara, who is now our colleague in Brasilia for about a month. Tanara, please. Can you talk a little bit about the initiative? Thank you, Osvaldo, and thank you, the organization of the panel. I'd like to greet my panel colleagues, people who are so respected in their areas and that are bringing a very important collaboration to the various scientific scenarios. What was said here, which is something we've been noticing along the year, is that the focus is completely different now during Lula's government when it comes to science. There is the return of the FMDCT. We are going to close this year with FMDCT more active than ever than the past 4 years in the previous government. So this is a different focus, and under the FMDCT, several programs were approved with the intention to be structuring programs that would distribute resources. FMDCT, the National Fund for Scientific and Technological Development. And a lot of funds, as I was saying, were sent to public devices that needed urgent intervention, including to attract talents that we lost over the past few years. So we are trying to bring Brazilian researchers back to the country, and we are also trying to collaborate with Brazilian researchers that are working outside of Brazil. so that we can include Brazilian science in the scene. There are resources for innovation, for startups, technology transfers. So when we talk about the resources of the National Fund for the Scientific and Technological Development, the FNDCT, 30% of these resources have to be applied in the north, northeast, and center-west areas of Brazil. So this is our mission in the Subsecretariat for Science and Technology in the Amazon region. Our role is to articulate in order to use these resources in the areas, resources that are being made available through the FNDCT and the Amazon Fund, among other resources that are being invested in science and technology in the Amazon region. So we have this challenge to transform resources into projects so that new projects are born, existing projects receive more resources, and we have successful results such as the ones we saw for the Amazon Phase project, for instance. That is a very important example of a project that values the Amazon institutions. We have IMPA as part of this. There is a collaboration with other institutions in the country and international institutions. These are important. We need to seek them, but always thinking about strengthening the institutions that already research the Amazon for a very long time, particularly INPA, which is more than 70 years old, and the Federal University of the Amazon, which is more than 100 years old. So the cooperation is extremely important, and I'm available in this work, and I hope I can rely on everyone's support so that we can execute this good problem, so to say, using the resources that are being made available.
Obrigado, Tanara. E só complementar.
Thank you, Tanara. Tanara, it's excellent that you're here, because before people would only ask me for money. Now we have other shoulders to cry on. Carlos, please. I'm just going to apologize because I need to leave and I need to be at a very far pavilion because we're going to be launching 3 policy briefs about the Amazon. If you want to come, please do. But I got to be quick because I'm leading the discussion there. Thank you again and congratulations. We cannot hear him. So please feel free to ask questions. We need to close this panel, so ask outside. But thank you once more, everyone. And I feel really proud to see the Ministry for Science, Technology and Innovation present in the COP. Thank you.
Alô. Pessoal, boa tarde.
Good afternoon. It's a pleasure to have you all here. My name is André Andrade, and I am a climate governance director for the Ministry of Environment, and this panel is very relevant for this moment that we're living in Brazil and in this COP, in which we are restarting climate governance. A number of actions have been taken ahead by the ministries. We have an interministerial climate commission, and a number of resolutions were approved by the climate commission, aiming at restructuring the climate policy in vision of the Paris Agreement. Before I introduce my guests,
Desse painel, para que a gente possa ter noção da
I'm
importância.
going to read what the panel is going to be discussing. Climate change is a multi-sectorial issue and a multi-level issue whose causes and consequences cannot be addressed by a single level of government within a country. In this context, to build and implement mitigation actions and adaptation actions in a country require multi-level governance involving national and subnational governments. Without a climate federalism, a national climate policy will not reach the objectives sought. With a climate federalism, we would be implementing measures, and Brazil is an example of how a lack of governance makes it difficult to foster a climate initiative, a climate policy. The panel is going to talk about the actions that we are acting on. Some of you might have heard of the Climate Change Commission that we are creating, including civil society, the academia, the government. So this council, the CONSEC, the National Climate Security Council, will influence the national policy when it comes to climate change and the state level, municipality level as well. So I would like to introduce the panelists, and I'm going to start with Secretary Isa Rafaela, Secretary for Environment and Sustainability in the Government of Paraíba. I've also got Patricia Menezes with me. She is an advisor for the Barcarena City Administration, representing the National Front of Mayors. We've got Viviane Romero, who represents SEBET and the private sector. And finally, our friend Marcio Astrini, who is an executive coordinator for the Climate Observatory. We are well represented in terms of group. We're just missing science, the academia here. But the idea is to listen to you all, starting with Isis. I would like to ask, what would be the path to build a climate federalism? What do we have to think about in order to have a dialogue space coordinating national and subnational levels? And how can we foster the participation of the private sector, civil society, and other levels? I'd like to hear your vision about this. I don't know if you knew about the proposal of the council. I mentioned this during the ABEMA meeting. I've been talking to lots of people about it. So we just want to start this dialogue. We want this council to start running by next year. The climate plan that is being designed by the federal government needs to be part of a dialogue So this council is one of the main priorities of the ministry, my department, and the secretariat. We've presented the proposal to Minister Marina Silva. She liked it. And since the transition, we had already talked about this idea. So we're starting the debate, and I hope this is the first of many that will culminate with the 2024 Council. I really hope that by then we have this committee up and running. So you have 10 minutes each, and then we open to questions. Good afternoon, everyone. I wanted to, first of all, say thank you for the invitation. Us from ABEMA are here at the COP, considering how important this event is, especially in the moment that we are living through in our states. When we talk about federalism, we're talking about participation. We need to allow for participation so that policies actually take place. And I'm also an advocate for the municipalities because public policies take place in municipalities. And while at the state level, we need to listen to the needs of municipalities. And in the state of Paraíba, we have a circuit that we go around to listen to several different areas of the state. And we don't just listen to the established entities such as mayors and city councillors, but the population too. We carry out populational votes to list the priorities of each city and region so that we are able to determine what public policies need to be implemented the following year. And when we talk about climate change, we need to come from this assumption. We need to have this communication between federal, subnational, and municipal level. Also including the judiciary and legislative branches, because we need to share this urgency and share the responsibility for what we're living. Of course, each one of us with a different degree of responsibility. But we cannot think about a public policy without talking to municipalities, and the federal government cannot think about a public policy without talking to the states, because it's at state level that we have more access to people, we know our realities better. So through dialogue and through a sharing of information, we are able to have more assertiveness about the decisions being made. We work that very much at ABEMA. There's a lot of dialogue between states. We come from positive experiences, and we take this to the scope of CONAMA. The majority of us is part of CONAMA, and this impacts the municipalities because ANAMA is part of CONAMA. So there are several entities, several institutions that participate in this dialogue, and this has been happening for a while. I believe that we are at a moment where we need more action so that we can have a positive repercussion in people's lives. And in Paraíba, we have 223 municipalities, majority of which are small. And as a state, the government is more worried about education, health, which are urgent issues. So we've been promoting the closeness between municipalities and the state government so that they understand the needs that we have when we talk about climate change. They need to understand the urgency of the moment we are living. And we know that a lot of municipalities face difficulties. And our role as the state government is to try and help. There is a public policy, for example, that is the responsibility of municipalities, but we've been helping as state government, which is the solid waste issue. We are building a number of warehouses for triaging to help small municipalities that often don't have the financial conditions to dispose of garbage appropriately. We don't just point our finger. It's preferable to sit down, talk, understand the needs, and then find a way to resolve the problem. There are several people today that like to point fingers and point the difficulties that one or another are going through. But I think we need to be part of the solution. The state has to be attentive to the municipalities and try and find solutions. And I believe that this is what we've been doing in the state of Paraíba. This is what we've been sharing at ABEMA, so that we can work with the municipalities equally, work with the federal government, positively impacting the population. We are here in the environmental area, and we know we're all going to suffer with the effects of this, but if we don't convey this information appropriately, it won't help. So there is a lot of sharing in our state. We promote a number of participatory budgets. On each plenary, we have about 5,000 people voting. So it's a massive participation, and we're going to broaden the space this year due to the popular participation. And when we can open up a dialogue with people, convey information, and show the need that we have, we can then convey the urgency to municipalities, and this is a priority, not just to municipalities, but also the state level government and then the federal government. This is how we see things happening in Paraíba. Thank you, Rafaela. Sorry, I wasn't sure whether you were Isis or Rafaela, so thank you very much. Well, I think this aligns with our vision. We need to involve players and sensitize them, because not everyone is aware. Sometimes people notice when climate change reaches one's municipality, but there is no consideration in political terms. We need a communication, a mainstream communication, to be acting in a coordinated manner and raise awareness. I think communication is very important at this moment. I'd like to offer the floor to Patricia so she can give us an idea about what the National Front for Male and Female Mayors, and Patricia is also the assistant or advisor of the Bacará City Administration. Good afternoon. I work at the City Administration of Barcarena in Pará. Barcarena is right next to Belém. It's about 30 minutes by boat from Belém. And the National Front of Male and Female Mayors, the Barcarena City Administration, occupies the presidency for risk management and resilience. It was created this year with a suggestion of the Barcarena City Administration. And when they suggested the creation of this vice presidency, it was to try and promote amongst mayors the issue of risk management when it comes to climate resilience, so that we could foster a debate saying that it's not restricted to the environmental area, it's holistic. There is an environmental aspect, but also a social and institutional, commercial aspect, and cities need to become resilient cities. According to the UN office responsible for the Sendai Landmark Protocol, they are discussing it there. Resilient cities are those that identify risks with anticipation and prepares so that if any of those risks occur, they would cause us the smallest impact against the most valuable good, which is the people. So the objective was to promote this debate. Risk reduction is not necessarily associated to civil defense, for instance. Sometimes people get confused when I say this. I am not against the civil defense. Of course, it has an important role, and especially when it comes to disaster response. But actions to make cities more resilient, they are not part of the civil defense, but other areas. And I'll give you some examples. This year, we had several occurrences in different parts of the country where flooding affected people. People had to move homes. We won't be creating any exit routes that will solve the problem. That won't prevent deaths. You need to discuss territorial organization, redistribution of deeds, education of people who live in those areas, because people are living in those areas not because they chose, but because that's the only place they can live. So the objective of this vice presidency is to look at the issue in a more holistic manner. So this is what's discussed. We need to have an integrated vision. Connecting this to federalism, I believe that the global agenda is significant. If we think, for example, of the Paris Agreement, the Urban Agenda, 2030 Agenda, with all the SDGs, these are protocols that are negotiated or have been negotiated by leaders of state and members of the UN, and no regional governments, regional or municipal, local, none of them participate in a negotiation. In the end of these protocols, say for example, the 2030 agenda, more than 65% of the SDG goals will not be fulfilled without local mayors, even though no mayors had the chance to subscribe to this new agreement. So the multi-level governance, or the federative pact, or federative covenant, which is the term adopted in Brazil, they are essential to strengthen and charge. It's not a matter of pointing the finger at someone, but the global challenges that we're living through, the triple crisis, climate, biodiversity, and health, you need solutions where you're going to be co-responsible, not just talking about the government, but also the academia, the private sector, etc. And these agendas will be fulfilled only if all of us play our part. Of course, the academia is not here, but they're the ones producing the scientific knowledge so that us, public managers, can apply it at the national, subnational, and local levels. In 2023, you still have people who make decisions based on, I think, and not scientific knowledge. And the scientific knowledge that is talked about under the 2030 agenda of subsidizing public policies, where you need to break down data to understand where more vulnerable populations are, so that we can reach these people and mitigate the impacts of climate change. So the scientific knowledge needs to be accessible. This is something Isis was saying. And for public managers, it will need to be accessible in several different languages, so to say. It's different for the civil society than it is for the scientists. But one of the main problems when we discuss federalism or any public policy, especially regarding Brazil's climate issue, is the fact that there is no mainstream. We don't have the level of institutional capacity, especially in small and medium municipalities, which are 90% of Brazil. That's very low. Everybody says COP, but does anyone know what COP means? Who knows what climate change means? People cannot notice. I'm from Belém, and it was always known by its famous afternoon rain that would fall every day between 2 and 3. You can't say that you're going to arrange something before or after the rain because there's no right time for the rain. And this is an evidence of the climate change in the Amazon. The governor of my state participated in several events. I'm not talking about civil defense. Of course, it is important to make a speech regarding deforestation. But if you visit all 144 municipalities, how many of the 144 mayors can understand what the governor is saying when he only repeats his speech? Fight against deforestation, bioeconomy, and standing forest. The Marajó Island, which is one of the largest river islands in Pará, you have about 40,000 people living there. And if you consider the scenarios, up to 2050, the Marajó Island won't exist anymore. And not even the governor talks about that. So how can a city be prepared? Because you won't plan migration for those islands that are part of the Samoa Covenant. You have to migrate people who live in the Marajó Island. And no one's talking about that. Well, due to lack of knowledge. Because mayors are concerned in resolving education, employment, put a doctor in the healthcare center. Pay attention to all of those demands. So if the mayor doesn't feel the impacts, he's not going to think of climate adaptation policies. They won't think that they need to be a resilient city. And when we started to talk about this in Barcarena, when we've adopted the Global Planning Agenda 2013, we knew what climate change was, but there was no point reinforce that to the population. When the priority goals, the SDGs, were fulfilled, and nowadays we don't have anybody else sleeping on pavements to get a password to see the doctor, and we don't have any children outside of school, perhaps in 2020, 2021, we start talking about climate resilience, adaptation, elevation of sea levels. For example, estuaries will suffer. So today, the population,
They no longer have
well,
this.
it makes sense taking this theme to the population. And this is a theme that we're trying to promote through several initiatives, through other UN agencies.
So the UN declared Barcarena was the first resilience hub in the Pan-Amazonic region. So we are leading the action in that direction, and because we know that awareness is very limited in the Amazon. Now we see the effects of climate change with the droughts, because we didn't have any extreme cases like people dying like we had in other areas of the country. Unfortunately, you have this idea that this is something distant that is not going to affect you. And not even the population or public managers of the region as a whole can understand that climate change is already happening, that we're late in the implementation of this agenda to preserve the life of the population. Thank you for your excellent speech. I jotted down some items about what you said, and I'll give the floor now to Viviane Romero of the Brazilian Council for Sustainable Development, CEBET. And I think it's good to see the view of companies, lack of the federalism, and how we can create that in a dialogue with Brazilian production sectors. Thank you, André. Good afternoon, everyone. Well, it's late afternoon on a Saturday. We're approaching the end of the COP, and I think governance and federalism are strategic and important topics, but that are still seen as something, well, it doesn't call so much people's attention. Finally, after many COPs working on that, I see that this perception is beginning to change and involve more areas. Now I work at CEBEDS, which is a Brazilian Council for Sustainable Development connected to the Global World Business Network, and we represent more than 100 companies from many industries, and we work with training, advocacy, and connection. I've been working with climate governance for a few years, and I did my PhD in this area 10 years ago. At a time when the climate agenda focused too much on the executive branch of the Ministry for the Environment and diplomacy. But now we see that this is going beyond this, and it has become a development agenda. It is a governance issue that's being created over the years, increasing the debate with the participation of the civil society and the private sector and subnational governments, which is very important for if we want to have a multi-level climate governance. André and I have worked in the past on this agenda on how to bring this more robust multi-level articulation structure. We see it's a trend for this plurality because it revolved around the executive branch in the past, and now it's much more present in Congress. So you see Congress people much more active in that. I think COP26 in Glasgow was a landmark in that you had more participation of Congress people. So I think the positive aspect that should be celebrated is that. And also thinking about the judiciary branch, when you think about the climate situation, we already have legal suits, and it's a global trend. I'm not saying we are for that. We don't want it to prevail, but it should be an important strategic element, an element to mitigate corporate risk and also to look beyond the real impact. It's about measuring the impact. We have been working with changing public perception about climate change. When we've seen advances with the mitigation plans for the different sectors, that should be adaptation plans as well. But in practice, they are much more centered around reducing the emission of greenhouse gases. And the impact is very different. It's easier to have a metric, an indicator for mitigation than for adaptation. So it requires a complex, multi-sector approach and a really broad view. And the federal governance and federalism, they meet the demand for this way of looking at the situation in a more fair way, with the participation of indigenous communities. I think governance is a response to that evolution, and it's good to have this structure of this governance with participation that encourages even more now in a moment when you have the global stock take. And I think you're probably following that development, and where we can assess the collective development and how it touches the realities of a country like Brazil and local realities. And I think an important aspect of it is transparency, which is not just about generating data, but making this information more readily available so that it can be used. And I always bring three aspects that should be worked. One, ambition. How can we increase ambition? So in the case of the corporate sector, how can we include that in the agenda and also strengthen the implementation of goals? Of course, it's good to have ambitious goals, but if the result is not effective, well, then it doesn't work. And I see that in Brazil over the years, we have made important commitments and take on challenges and targets, but it's important to foster this monitoring culture for climate policies, and in the case of the corporate sector, monitoring action plans and goals. So it's relatively new, the work, my work on with the corporate sector, because I mostly worked with the third sector, because we are a for-profit organization, but we focus very much on the third sector. And now the federal government launched the Ecological Transformation Plan, and our organization is finding ways to cooperate. And one important aspect is how we can increase those spaces for conversations to involve the civil society, the private sector, and the private sector. So we now have a social economic development council doing that. And it's very important to include that, to have multi-level governance. So I think when we talk about implementation at the private sector, even thinking about the Paris agreements, well, the ways we can do that is by funding, transfer of technologies, and capacity building. So it's very important that on this way to climate neutrality, Brazil has anticipated it from 2060 to 2050, and science says that we should anticipated even further. So how can companies accelerate their decarbonization initiatives, which is a challenge, especially when you think of supply chain and scope 3 engagement, but it's very important to have that governance with instruments for command and control in the case of deforestation, but also at the private sector, engagement of suppliers and banning products that come from deforestation. So we have this discussion about regulated markets, which is a very important political instrument, but not the only one, because today we had this year we had this perception that it was the case, but it's an instrument for policies, and its objective is strengthening policies. And now is a good time for us to, in the next 2 years before the COP30, countries, the parties in the convention, we should issue their nationally determined contributions. Brazil has just launched its NDCs, which is different from those presented in 2015. And we have these 2 years to make this dialogue with subnational government, civil society, and the private sector a reality, so as to strengthen the credibility of the federal government and the private sector. We are in a moment where we are recovering this leading central role, and we have contrasting news, because we can hear a piece of good news and on the same day the opposite. But it's very important to understand the role of each player. And here that we're representing the private sector. I think that we see an increase in demand from society for more coherent services and products, coherent to what companies preach in their marketing initiatives. We conducted a study at the beginning of this year of the main challenges of decarbonizing the private sector. We interviewed representatives of 50 of the greatest companies, and the first challenge was regulatory uncertainty, standardization of products, and engagement of suppliers. But another interesting piece of data that became evident is that, well, the climate agenda initially involved marketing actions, but now it's reaching the sustainability divisions and finally the board of directors. So we see that it started with advertisement, and this has a price, and you know the legal suits are there to prove that. So I think that the fact that the COP is so diverse shows that. But I think if it's these people, if we don't consider the lobby of fossil fuels, if we can effectively create a more concrete agenda to demand more from the government, I think behavioral science comes in as an important element to support us on this journey. Thank you very much for your words. I'll give the floor to Marcio, and after that Marcio will have 10 minutes, and after that we're going to open for questions. I have a question myself, but I'll respect the audience and give them priority. So Marcio, the floor is yours. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm going to go straight to the point. And what I want to say is, if I were a mayor, well, I would be desperate with climate change issues. But if I were a member of the city council thinking about running for mayor, I would be even more desperate, because I think this will be a big problem for mayors. And this is an imbalance we see, because what we saw recently in São Paulo with recent tragedies. We had the situation in São Sebastião where they had intense rain and many houses collapsed. There was flooding. So the federal government went there with their helicopters. They sent some aid, but who's there dealing with the consequence of the problem? And what about this Petrópolis? And what about in the cities of the south of Bahia and Recife? And with the drought in the north and the floodings in the south, mayors are dealing with the consequences. And so I think mayors have a big problem in their hands because problems are going to get worse. We already have a certainty of increase in temperature, and some people seem to want to make things even worse. We are moving towards 3-degree increase if nothing changes. And don't think it's 3 degrees because now you have 1.2 and 2.5 is twice as much. No, it's much more because it's cumulative. It's like compound interest when we think about climate. And the city administrations will have to take care of these problems because people live on a street, so you have to pave the roads, cut trees, prune trees. And in Brazil, we don't have many studies about the impacts to come, but I think these studies are responsible to part of what Patricia said and everyone touched on, which is the lack of knowledge about what's going to happen.
Mas o pouco que a gente já tem é alarmante.
But the little information we do have is alarming. Some studies discuss the issue of health in the Northeast. So there are many ways to see that and many consequences, but I'm going to focus on 2 of them. One is thermal stress, which is when human beings are exposed to temperatures above 30 degrees for a long period of time, a week, 2 weeks. They enter into the state called thermal distress. So if you're not a child or if you're not elderly, you adapt better to that. But for children and the elderly, it causes dehydration and diarrhea. What happens with that? There are more people that need attention because of heat stress. And if we think of mosquitoes that are vectors of diseases, Zika, chikungunya, dengue fever, malaria, in periods of drought, in longer periods of heat, you increase these mosquitoes' reproduction cycle. If you add 2 weeks or 1 month to the reproduction cycle of these mosquitoes, you can double its population. So again, more pressure on healthcare systems that we're all already facing, that were already under pressure due to heat stress. So it's difficult, no? At the ambulatories, the situation is difficult. So that's why it is a public health issue. So all this discussion we're having here, we have the wrong people discussing the matter here at the COP, because it's not just diplomats, environmentalists, and researchers who should be discussing that. This is a social discussion. Let's think of the semi-arid region in Brazil, a different issue. There are big areas where they live from, the main activity is family farming. So you have low resilience because money doesn't arrive there. Technical improvement, rural extensions, there's very little of that. Low resilience, which is the case of Brazilian agriculture in general. Only 5% of our agricultural activity has assisted irrigation, automated irrigation. We don't need it that much because we have a lot of rainfall. But let's go back to the semi-arid region. You have whole cities where a good part of the GDP is based on low-scale family agriculture. In some scenarios of 2 to 3 degrees, or from 3.5 to 4 of increase degrees of increase, many areas will lose the ability to grow in their soil, because there's a scale that shows that the semi-arid moved from one extreme event of a lot of drought, a lot of heat, from once every 10 years to twice. In a 3-degree increase scenario, of course, we don't want that, but we would have 4 to 5 of those events every 10 years, every other year, or even worse than that, 5 years in a row. That would end the production ability. So we're back in the walk-in clinic, in the healthcare units. So imagine that you lose 80% of the ability to produce. Imagine the state of Ceará. You have some regions of the semi-arid in some regions of Ceará. And these populations, they won't be able to live there because their livelihoods of their families is no longer possible. They won't be able to feed their families anymore. What happens when you're not able to produce? And we are familiar with that, especially from the semi-arid and northeastern regions. Some people leave the region, and we used to call them migrants. Now we call them climate refugees. So they leave their regions, and some leave the regions, move to São Paulo, and become the president of the country. But most don't follow this path. Most move to an urban center, to a capital city of a state, and looking for a house, healthcare services, education, sanitation, and that will put more pressure on all these systems. We're talking about more internal migration. These are some forecasts. You have some forecasts for cities on the coast, such as Rio de Janeiro and Santos, of loss of infrastructure capacity, housing, ports, airports, urban transport, and the effects would be devastating for those cities. So this takes us back to this conversation about a federative pact, or better yet, increased participation of mayors, city councilors, state governors, because that's where the impact will be felt at the level of municipalities, of public services that are offered by the city administration. So it's important for mayors and governors to participate more in this debate, especially because of the effect, the reason of the problem. But I'll close by saying that there's another very important service for us to have climate as an important point of discussion, which is in these municipalities, you see in large scale the most important instrument for change. This instrument is the finger that presses the button during an election. So we now have a Congress in Brazil that seems to hate the environment. They hate it. You can't come up with an environmental agenda or discussion you can't have this conversation with Congress people now because they get very angered about that. So we will be able to promote this debate with citizens, and these actions we're discussing here will increase climate awareness, which is something we do not have in Brazil, which then will reflect nation-level decisions, remembering that the municipalities bear the brunt of the impacts, but the policies are discussed by representatives of the federal government, and that's how it should be, of course. But it's the city administrations can engage people. So local leaders, mayors, members of the city council or state representatives can allow us to make better choices in those politics. So this was what I had to highlight. Thank you very much. Thank you for your words. I think a summary of what all of you said is that all discussions should be centered on the social aspect, on people. I think all of you said that. And I'm going to open for questions, but I'm using my power as a moderator to ask you to consider something. We have 20 minutes, actually 19. So for the next NDCs will have to be issued in 2025, which includes implementation.
Gaps de capacidades, que foi comentado aqui.
There are some capacity gaps, development gaps at the level of municipalities. And my question is, and this is the federal government asking you this question, where should we start? How are we going to do that? What is the priority? Because you can't have 50 or 10 priorities. You're going to have to choose the priorities. We can't do everything at the same time. So this is the question. We'll have to start designing the work agenda of contact. How? Capacity building with mayors, city councilors, planning. How can urban planning be discussed, including climate policies? We are going to talk about that later on, which is defining priorities. Unfortunately, we'll have to choose a few items. And then also sharing accountability and also thinking about resources, where they're coming from. So this is open for questions or comments. We now have 17 minutes before the end of the panel. Thank you. I'm Sarah. I work in the advocacy division of the Clima de Eleição Institute, and I'm also a member of the National Council of Youth for Climate Action and the Environment. I'd just like to ask you a question regarding the participation of young people in Climate Federation, because there are over 50 youth organizations, and we offered a proposal. We gave the document that we drafted to President Lula and Minister of the Environment, Marina Silva, and we see the possibility of having a council of youth and to influence the design of the policies, but we also like to participate in decision making. And so we drafted a bill. There are templates that can be replicated, and we're doing that in the city of São Paulo, Rio de Janeiro, Brasília. Many youth fronts are articulating in that direction, and I'd like to understand how can youth groups fit in those plans, and also in CONSEC itself, if you consider the including seats for young people.
Good afternoon. I'm Marina from Ethos Institute, and I have a question. Thinking about federalism, the part of resource division, how do you see the tax reform? And how can the new FDR support public policy, especially at the municipal level? Thanks. Hi, I'm Eduardo Bandeira de Mello, federal congressman, and I would like to respond to the provocations that André has made, especially I'd like to hear the representatives of the state and the municipality and ask you, what do you see as being the challenge from now on for the state level and municipal level secretariats? Because historically, the work of these secretariats was always on command and control, licensing, and the fight between what was exaggerated and what wasn't, developmental versus environmental. This is absolutely overcome. And we have a huge challenge that was put down by Marcio. It's a matter of survival. And shouldn't we try to adapt these structures so that they are more proactive and point to the ways that we should be taking so that we are all together in this movement? André has put it forth, and I hope someone will answer that. I was curious. We can't hear the speaker. He doesn't have a mic. I just wanted to say something. Congressman Bandeira de Mello, he has an interest so that he will have more votes next time. He is very committed to the environment. You mean the next election for federal congressman, governor, maybe mayor? Our congressman is former president of Flamengo, a Brazilian football team. So we are hoping that all the titles lost are recovered this year.
Eu vou passar para vocês, mas só assim, tentar responder. Eu acho que vou responder Sara.
I'll try and answer, and I'll start with Sara and Marina. I think the CONSEC will open the space for this. We thought of a design that is comprised by municipal, state level, financial sector, civil society. So there are about 5 members of this group. And the federal government discusses this at SINGE and will interact with CONSEC. And then we'll have sectorial chambers or sectorial groups for each one of these sectors so that they can take these agendas ahead. Then we'll have a CONSEC agenda with several priorities, and councillors will have to define what these priorities are. And I'm sure the youth will be part of it.
Marina, eu acho que sistema tributário, fundos constitucionais, transferências voluntárias.
Marina, I think the tax system, transfers, and all that will have to incorporate the climate issue, even in terms of constitution. If you use the fiscal characteristics of a tax to disincentivize or reduce measures that are focused on climate, that would be very counterproductive. But thinking about transfers to municipals and states, that could be done in a more intelligent way. Perhaps thinking about the climate performance that was agreed upon in the Federalist Organization. So I think we need to restore the structures of budget transfer, access to funds, FGTS, which is one of the main funds to finance urban mobility. mobility based on climate criteria. So I think we need to have these conditions. So I'll start with Patrícia, Rafaela, Márcio, and Gianni. I'll be brief. Just answering your provocation. I think that the key word to all the questions is capacity building. Because if you have people who are trained, who understand what climate change is, and who understand that this is cross-sectional and will interfere in all management areas, everything you do will be related to this. And answering Mariana's question, Marina, sorry, as a public manager, if I invest in low carbon agriculture and agroforest production, energy efficiency, whether, whether this is done in a different way or the way we did in Barcarena, where we created the first public photovoltaic plant to cover the municipal schools. This was the result of this awareness that was raised. The Secretariat of Education is in the other pavilion, because if they were here, they would say that before, to provide lighting to a school in the island, obviously we don't have electricity there, you would use diesel-based electricity. But now that they know this is very impactful, even though the generator is cheaper, of course, they decided to pay for a photovoltaic plant to supply electricity to schools, because there are matters related to climate, and there will be financial impacts. There have been gains and savings, and this comes from this awareness. And as public managers, you become more assertive once you are aware, and this is based on capacity building. There are several funds available to subnational governments, but you need to be able to design a project that has a climate bias. So the answer to all the questions that were made is unique. Capacity building in the institutions. First of all, what's your name? Sara. I was part of a youth movement. I was secretary for the youth in the state of Paraíba, and I do believe in the youth. I believe that the change we need goes through the protagonism of the young, and seeking this at municipal and state level is essential, so that it impacts onto other municipalities. The movement is concentrated and it needs to be maximized, and we understand that in the Secretariat. We are developing a project that is focused on the youth and the participation of the youth in the climate movement we are living today. I'd like to say that the participation of municipalities, states, and the federal government is not easy. The multi-level governance is difficult, but we have been able to make the state walk side by side with municipalities, and we know that the municipalities need to have the guarantee of economic development, and that is why we have been investing in renewables, so we can change the energy mix in our country and promoting the economic development. Of course, this is not easy to balance, but I believe that the feeling that we have in our state is not something at the state level. It permeates the municipalities, and that's why we have such positive results. And the Northeast is a protagonist in terms of renewables, producing about 80% of the energy in our country.
Márcio. Márcio, queria
Thank you, Rafaela. I'm not gonna offer the floor to Marcio, or 1 minute more like. I just wanted to say that one of the most important agendas is the adaptation one. I don't think there is a ranking, but adaptation helps with the budget as well. You need to have a calculation, including to know how big the problem is, and the municipalities need this consideration when they decide to divide the capital. If you approach the federal government with a calculation and say, this is how much we need, otherwise people won't be covered. So we sometimes need to present that so that lives are not lost. I'm sure the calculation is higher than the resources available, but calculations are still needed. I will quickly talk about taxation. That was an excellent question. That would be a good means to strengthen the climate agenda.
Incidência tributária de
And it would
processos
be a vector for example, tax services such as intensive carbon, or exempt certain processes such as technologies that are low carbon or others. This is an opportunity that is probably being lost. Regarding the youth, I think there is something behind that brings the long-term strategy of the country regarding climate change. Climate education, investments in the youth. We need to look into the future and look at the present as well, because it's infrastructure and the long-term strategies that will mediate this process. So both in the company sector and others, we need to invest in young people, trainees that include the climate agenda, in boards that have this not just as a risk, but as strategy to strengthen their reputation and to maintain the investment environment. In our process to develop a new MDC, the political instruments should reflect this. We need more inclusive dialogues that result in concrete measures. So regaining this credibility is essential for government, and society needs to carry on demanding. There is an important answer in the domestic arena in terms of policy and others. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Rafaela, Patricia, Marcos. We are in the time, so we're going to finish. And I just wanted to thank you all for participating. And to those following online, Viviane, all of you were invited to come here last minute, and I know sometimes it's hard, but I think this was a great panel. Unfortunately, we don't have that much time, but this is just a kickoff, and we needed to do this. And the idea is that in 2024, we have more space with different groups, and we are open to invitations. We are open to other climate change conferences talking about multi-level governance, but we need to build this jointly. Not just the council, but the federalism agenda. This was never done. The only attempt was the nucleus focused on climate, but it didn't go ahead. So this is very new. And we need to be humble. We need to work together to build this way together. There is no single solution. It's not off the shelf, and Brazil is different from any benchmark. In Brazil, you have a Switzerland, you have a sub-Saharan Africa. So we need to build federalism, and it's hard in this environment. It takes time, discussion, sometimes stress and debate, but this is the way we're going to develop a low carbon economy. So thank you all, and see you next time, probably in Brazil. Thank you. Have a good weekend.
Valeu. Alô, 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 alô. Oi. Som.
Hello. Good afternoon, good evening, good morning. We had a few technical glitches. I believe that COP30 will be different because we know how to change tires with the car moving. But anyway, welcome. I'm JP Amaral. I am a nature manager for the Alana Institute, and I'm here to just open this cocktail that we're going to have with music, food, and beverages. Welcome to the X-Prize cocktail, Tropical Forests. The proposal here is to launch in this international space the final of the X-Prize in Brazil next year in the middle of the Amazon in Manaus. Alana works with this theme because apart from the crisis, the loss of biodiversity, climate change, and pollution, we should also talk about the disconnection between children and nature, humans and nature. And this is one of the problems that we have with biodiversity. 50 years ago, we do have now 60% less species, and the child nowadays has 60% less repertoire of species and less access to nature. So we believe in technology. We believe that technological innovation has a role because we have no time. And we're not talking about flying cars or Jetsons. We are talking about a nature-based technology, traditional knowledge, and indigenous knowledge. The X-Prize gathered 300 teams for 50 countries to find the best solutions along with local communities. On how to map the biodiversity, we still don't know. We only know 20% of the world's biodiversity, and Brazil detains 80% of the global biodiversity. So we should guarantee the final of this award in the Amazon forest. So in June 2024, everybody is welcome in Manaus to follow the last stage of the competition. And to illustrate, I would like to show you a 1-minute video, please.
Mas o meio ambiente também está no meio da gente. As florestas mantêm nosso ar limpo, purificam nossa água e guardam diversas respostas para problemas que já vivenciamos hoje, mas as florestas estão desaparecendo. O Brasil liderou o desmatamento global de florestas tropicais em 2022. E o que acontece com as florestas também acontece com a gente, principalmente com as nossas crianças. O futuro e o presente da humanidade dependem da proteção da biodiversidade na Terra. Por isso que a Alana tem o orgulho de apoiar a competição internacional X-Prize Rainforest, que desafiou pesquisadores do mundo todo a descobrir as tecnologias e os dados necessários para preservar as florestas tropicais e seus povos e aprender com os conhecimentos que elas abrigam. Nós precisamos da natureza. Nós somos natureza.
É isso, nós somos natureza e as crianças principalmente sabem disso.
This is it. We are nature and children know this. And because we don't have a whole lot of time, we will quickly go around in the cocktail. We'll bring the beverages in a minute. I just wanted you to listen to these people first, and then we'll start the cocktail. So I'd like to invite all of those involved to talk a little bit about the partnership as a whole, the partnership we have with the X-Prize Foundation, the Ministry for Development, Industry and Trade, the Green Secretariat in the person of Secretary Hulenberg, and the Secretary of Environment for the State of Amazonas, and of course, Sonia Guajajara, Minister for Indigenous People. So I'd like to invite the President of the Association of Women and Indigenous People on Climate Change. Please come up to here.
Chamar também do Ministério do Meio Ambiente aí o Pedro
Now
Mariano.
I'd like to invite Pedro Mariana, General Coordinator for Climate Change under the Ministry of Environment, Green Economy, Decarbonization and Bioindustry Secretary under the Ministry for Development, Secretary Hulenberg, and Eduardo Costa, Secretary for Environment in the state of Amazonas. Please come here.
Good evening. Hi, family. I'm so happy to be home. I'm saying home because Amazon is the home of indigenous peoples. And we said indigenous peoples, we can be in all places. In our home is the home of all the indigenous places. So I'm so proud to be part of the X Prize board. And being there, it's also talking directly to those who are doing technology, science, but combining with the traditional knowledge of indigenous peoples. So it is the organization that recognizes the knowledge of indigenous peoples at the same level with science. How we can elevate that, how we can use it to protect better our home, and how we can do it, not they are doing it for us. So this is why also I really accept to be part of X Prize. We have the prize every year. Next year being in Brazil is a great choice for all of us to show the world. It's not only COP where people can come and talk. It is the real action on the ground that we wanted to show. Indigenous peoples are doing a lot. And if we combine that with technology, I think we can show them what they do not know. We can reduce the emission that they couldn't do. We can stop all the fossil fuel in our land because we can manage better our land. We can give the right to our communities to live in harmony with the nature. We are not only protecting one space that they are calling. When you protect Amazon, everyone knows you are protecting all the world. At the same time, when you protect Congo Basin or Indonesia, when you protect indigenous people's land, you are protecting a human as human being. So we are the one who is the future. We are not the past. And being the future is showing them. They want us to show them. We are going to do that through this prize. So I'm so happy on the name of the X Prize to invite everyone and each to be in the 2024 during this prize to show them the evidence that we have. We are the one who is protecting the environment, and they must listen to us, and they must to give us any space to sit in the decision-making tables. So the 2024 is for us, and 2025 will be lead and implemented by us. That's what we have to do all together as peoples from the world and as indigenous peoples, especially who will be in Brazil. And thank you so much.
Bom, minha gente, é uma honra muito
It
grande.
is an honor, a great honor, to be able to participate along with X Prize and Alana in this fantastic event. I understand that Brazil has a huge opportunity and responsibility being the host of COP30, leading a world movement to preserve forests. It's very important that people know forests are not just carbon. There are several ecosystem services that the forest renders, and we can ally technologies that are in the front of knowledge with traditional knowledge, showing our biodiversity and protecting it. It is a great advance, and we need, during COP30, we need to approve global instruments that are binding and recognize the value of a standing forest. Congratulations, I'm happy to be here. Good evening, everyone. It is an honor. It is an honor to be representing Minister Marina here, who is a warrior and has been traveling for more than 10 days now. She sends her regards, but after 10 days, we need her to rest a little bit so that she can continue in the fight. Her agenda and her message is in harmony with what we are dealing with here, and I'd like to thank Alana Institute and XPRIZE for the invitation. I'd like to highlight 3 elements that have a convergence with what we're talking about here. Yesterday, it was the Day of the Youth in the COP, and in several panels, one at UNICEF and others, she highlighted how adults used to put themselves ahead of children to protect them. And now we have the young taking the lead in this process and putting themselves ahead of the adults, ahead of the older generations, in order to avoid the climate catastrophe that we are living. Regarding the importance of technology and the value added of biodiversity, oh, his mic's breaking off. We need to have a vision that takes into consideration the traditional peoples, their traditional knowledge, so that the forest products are in the market. We have a partnership with the Ministry for Development in terms of bioeconomy. We have the Green Secretariat, the Bioeconomy Secretariat, and they're working together so we can advance and add value to the products that come from the forest, generating income to traditional populations that work sustainably and keep the forest standing in the medium and long term. Of course, measures of command and control are essential, and the same team that was able to reduce deforestation in 80% between 2004 and 2012 also needs to open the economy so that this is sustainable in the long term. We are trying to get into this new market, and we want to capture more resources in order to support a standing forest. I would like to thank you once again for being here. It's an honor. We are together in this. Let's carry on. Thank you. Well, good evening. It is a great pleasure to be here. I would like to thank Alana for everything they've been doing since our first conversations, so that the XPRIZE was would take place in the Amazon. I'd like to thank Peter from XPRIZE for the mobilization so that we could provide solutions for biodiversity to one of the places that is emblematic regarding the amount of biodiversity, traditional communities, and also all the challenges that we have, especially when it comes to keeping the forest standing. We need to make this a concrete reality so that we can transform people's lives, people that are actually looking after the forest, while we don't have environmental justice. And these people who are already feeling these impacts cannot be inserted, we won't be able to advance. I see my friend Tanara Laude, who is the Subsecretary for Science and Technology in the Amazon under the Ministry for Science and Technology, my colleague from the Amazon. I'm so happy that she's ahead of this secretariat that has so much to do with what we're discussing here. Science and innovation can be an ally for the future we want. The most important aspect of this prize is that the final is happening in the Amazon. We feel, we, the Secretaries of Environment, we feel and we have noticed that the climate agenda that is led by Europe and by the developed North quite often is not the same climate agenda that is in Latin America or the Amazon or the climate agenda of the peoples of the forest. And sometimes we ask ourselves, this is my 10th COP, and I notice that things take a while to happen, and I dare say this is on purpose. Because in general lines, the impression that I have, and because I'm really tired this past few days of the COP, I'm sorry to be blunt, but the impression I have is that discussing climate from a Eurocentric perspective, this is a discussion that doesn't want to change the status quo. They want to carry on keeping the South, the global South, poor and paying for this in another way and bankrolling the lifestyle of those who resolved their social problems. And this is a very expensive bill. We need to change the nature of discussions and we need to break this balance. And I agree with President Lula's speech when he said that it still sounds as if this is a new colonialistic model. So we need to be attentive so that we don't end up leaving to a second moment things that should be priority. So congratulations, X-Prize Foundation and Alana Institute for taking such an important final of technological solutions to a state that is so huge and has lots of complexity, that is the Amazon. So it all starts in Brazil. The Amazon has to be integrated to Brazil. We disagree. The Amazon doesn't have to be integrated to anything. Brazil has to integrate itself to the Amazon. We are not a problem, we're the solution. We are lacking public policy. The Amazon is the solution for a sustainable future that we want. Hail innovation. Let's clap for the peoples of the forest and Pará, who will have one of the best COPs. I'm sure that COP will adapt to Pará. Pará doesn't have to adapt to the COP. This is the beginning of the change of an agenda that has been postponed for 20 years, seeking solutions that point to a sustainable and more equal future for everyone. Congratulations. Looking forward to seeing you all in Manaus in 2024. Thank you. Thank you very much, Secretary Hudenberg, Pedro Eduardo. Should we take a photo quickly? Just a final message. This is it, everyone. Let's not be the underdog. Let's not say that we don't have the structure. This is going to work. It's going to be all right. We don't want their model. We don't want a model based on fossil fuels. What we want is a decarbonized economy, a green economy that includes social biodiversity. Welcome you all. Thank you. Sônia Guajajara is on the way. but she heard the party started at 6:30, so she'll be here for the party.